we should be with the towel friends. Yes, hello, towel friends. It is great to see you. Thank you so much, Eva. God bless you. It is pizza day for towels. Towel will absolutely be having pizza. I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it is great to see you. Thank you so much, Eva. God bless you. It is pizza day for, as you know, is tradition on Towel Stream. We must start the day by ensuring that indeed Towel is going to switch out this main feed, so you will not look at Towel twice. I'm going to switch this over to the our real-time monitoring of the Day 8 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Read retrial. Jen McCabe's cross-examination to finish the morning, an hour and a half or so, and then, ladies and gentlemen, we go to Hank Brennan's redirect. During this morning's Towel Stream, we'll catch up on a number of things, including how Towel just discovered that in April of 2023, for some odd reason, before anyone really knew what was going on with the federal probe of the John O'Keefe and Karen Read case, someone did a FOIA into Aidan Kearney with the FBI. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. You may also call me Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel Smith Ellis, and I am with you today. Hello, Amy. Amy, I don't necessarily engage in transactional conduct in that way, which is to say, like, you know, Jay Fielding stuff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, if you have information that you feel is relevant to the public interest, and I do respect your participation in the public sphere as such, then I think that you should simply share that information. They're leveraging valuable information to in order to benefit any given party isn't really an authentic participation in the public sphere. It's more politics. And Towel doesn't believe, and the Towel friends will tell you, Amy, that Towel doesn't believe in preserving, demonstrating, and expanding one's power. Towel believes in a new soft power political ethos based on preserving, demonstrating, and expanding our capacity to do small acts of service for others and embrace and embody the principles of universal love, toleration, and compassion. Now, this also involves invading northern France, and you probably don't want to like go down that rabbit hole, because then we have to talk about industrial towel production in Latin America. I oftentimes start speaking Spanish. It becomes this whole production. Ladies and gentlemen, though, Amy DeAngelis is one of the people who was involved in the Turtle Boy group chats in the spring of 2024, whereupon Turtle Boy confessed to Jenna Rocco and others involved in the Karen Read Facebook groups that Aidan, at least implied that Karen Read had instructed Aidan to to run Jen McCabe's plates, and also to go with microdots to a kids lacrosse game and ask McCabe questions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is certainly interesting to have Ms. DeAngelis with us in the chat, and we will be respectful, friendly little towels. But Towel does not engage in any transactional bartering, whereupon Towel stopped talking about how well the Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, a 15-year extraction of that phone, was in the possession of the state police in early 2024. That extraction was manipulated to remove messages from Brian Tully to Lindsay Gattani and from Kate Peter to Lindsay Gattani, whereupon on April 24th or so of 2024, Brian Tully personally leaked that extraction, 15 years worth, including intimate personal family moments, with no redactions other than the messages from Peter to Lindsay and from Tully to Peter, to Aidan Kearney's lawyer, who then spent 9 months publishing it on the internet, vis-a-vis Jason Broyles, in my belief, as an attempt to distract the public's attention from Jen McCabe, while using Lindsay as a convenient foil for both sides of the Karen Read and John O'Keefe case and Turtle Boy case as well. Why, you might say? Well, because in December of 2023, before Aidan Kearney even got his bail revoked over the weekend of December of 2023, after going to Lindsay's to try to find out information about a second grand jury that had started up potentially into Karen Read and Aidan Kearney tormenting said witnesses in the Read case, ladies and gentlemen, it was Brian Tully, I believe, and the Massachusetts State Police who were doing FOIAs and trying to find out information about the nature of the federal probe into the Norfolk DA's office. Now, we know over the summer of the 2023 that federal probe into John's death, which is now confirmed is closed, ramped up and then shut down. But what opened in August of 2023, ladies and gentlemen? The federal probe into Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up. Now, Sandra Birchmore, of course, in 2021, I believe it was February 1st or thereabouts, Sandra Birchmore was allegedly murdered, according to federal prosecutors, by former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell. Now, what's very interesting about this is, according to a recent audit of the Canton Police Department, within 48 hours of Sandra Birchmore being body being discovered, I believe, on February 4th, 2021. The Canton police, within 48 hours, so by February 6th, had found surveillance footage indicating Farwell was at the scene on the night, Friday, February 1st, of Sandra's murder around 9:23 p.m. Furthermore, the Canton police confirmed that the building maintenance man said that the man at Sandra's murder, the apartment at the time of the murder, was the same man who helped Sandra move in. Furthermore, the Canton police had found evidence very quickly that Birchmore and Farwell had been involved in a romantic relationship dating to when Birchmore was a child, and that Farwell was pregnant and was going to have a baby, and if she did not avoid having that baby, then Farwell would, quote, take care of the problem himself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear about the implications here. Multiple former Stoughton police officers who used to work with Farwell went on to work for the Norfolk DA's unit, okay? Now, while I believe Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe and that there was no impropriety regarding that investigation whatsoever, I think, ladies and gentlemen, it should be very clear that something very odd happened over the fall of 2023 and winter of 2024 in the lead up to Matthew Farwell's arrest and indictment in August of 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, former U.S. Attorney Josh Levy himself publicly confirmed that the Birchmore probe started in 2023, August of 2023. So how much do you want to bet, ladies and gentlemen, that Kate Peter and Brian Tully and others wondered if Aidan Kearney leaked information about the federal probe into Sandra Birchmore's cover-up over the fall of 2023, Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up over the fall of 2023? Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to unpack. Don't be transactional, Miss DeAngelis. If you actually are indeed fully committed to the principles of public discourse and informed participation, then you will know no loyalty other than to asymptotic human perfectibility in line with the axiom or the axis that is universal truth. And it is not for me to pass judgment, Miss DeAngelis, over the content of your information. And if there are ongoing proceedings or otherwise, then Tal will simply defer to the juridical processes that exist. However, if you want to talk in this chat or with Tal, it cannot be on a transactional basis, as that fundamentally undermines the integrity of Tal's public information service. But yes, my name is GrantSmithEllis. What a way to start the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, you see what happens if someone comes into Tal Chat with an erudite and interesting question layered with overlapping concentric socio-political circles of the most insidious order. Tal will simply begin pontificating on the moral ramifications of Tal's integrity and the integrity of all the Tal friends. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for being with me. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Thank you for indulging that slight digression. But we do have a lot to talk about indeed. And we don't just have to talk about Jason Broyles, the parking clerk from Connecticut, who's known Kate Peter on Discord since 2019 and for some reason likes to torment Lindsay Gattani, I think, as a way to distract the public's attention from Jen McCabe. I also think Jason Broyles is somewhat of a double agent who intentionally attacks targeted people who Kate Peter doesn't really necessarily feel loyalty to, probably because they don't have a lot of money. And then in turn, Jason Broyles is able to get close to Meredith, Turtle Boy's girlfriend, to get close to Turtle Boy, to get close to people in Turtle Boy's orbit, and then under the ostensible veneer of, quote, being a turtle rider and attacking Lindsay, get information for Kate and funnel it back to her. Now, how do I know this is possible? Well, Kate used to even talk to people like Young Jellyfish, Mike Crawford, the man being sued right now or in the civil case. She used to talk to Crawford. She would talk to anyone, and she wouldn't care if they were loyal to Turtle Boy or Karen or otherwise, as long as they would feed her information, in my opinion. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, so much going on, and Amy, if your loyalty is truly to the integrity that this justice system demands, and ladies and gentlemen, I say this to Mr. Hank Brennan as well, if the principles you all truly believe in are rooted in a respect for the integrity of the justice system, then protecting Kate Peter is not in line with the words you are using in public to explain your motives. And that deeply concerns me for a number of reasons, because you cannot have dual loyalties in a profession, in an arena, in a high-level criminal trial that must, for the prosecution in particular, reflect the value that the president's wife is beyond reproach. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, the towels, the washcloths, the flannels, the towelettes, and otherwise, we are all beyond reproach here in the sense that we will not engage in transactional based discourse. We will pursue the truth. We will do so unequivocally. We will do so unapologetically and without loyalty, fear, or favor. And if they get little towel, ladies and gentlemen, whoever they may be, just know that my wish for you all is to continue to go out, do small acts of service, be kind to your fellow towels and humans, embrace universal love as a guiding principle, protect the petrodollar, ward off the rise of the BRICS, and engage in a peaceful invasion of northern France, or as it shall come to be called, Norman Towel. All right. Ange, I see you. Hello. Did you get a new username? Do you need to become an honorary towel again? Are we pleased with Towel's long soliloquy in iambic pentameter, of course, about how he is just incredulous about the nature of transactional information sharing? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is the way to start your morning. But yes, we have testimony to get to at 8 a.m. today, so we have things to get caught up on. One of the good things, though, is that we took time at the end of Wednesday's stream. We did not have court yesterday to get fully caught up. We watched the Turtle Boy bail revocation hearing. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, that bail revocation motion is still pending. Will Aiden Kearney go to jail for saying that Jesus told him to seek revenge, and also that Aiden wished police officers to die in a conflagration investigating his case along with their families? We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Angela, I'm so sorry. I didn't see all the comments in real time. But when I do read what has happened, I will express my condolences to you. Towel had his eyes closed and was absolutely on a justice-based soliloquy. And for that, I both apologize to Ange for missing her comment, but at the same time, I am unapologetic in my principles. Okay, so give me 1 second. Oh, what has happened? I'm going to scroll back. We're going to take a pause on Towel Stream. Let's see. Oh, I didn't see it. It's okay. Well, I'll wait for the comment to come up again. Ange, welcome back, though, and I'm happy to return your honorary towel status. All right, it is Friday, folks. It is May 2nd, 2025. At 9 a.m., just over an hour from now, we're going to be watching Jen McCabe's cross from Alan Jackson in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Yes, there is a lot of turmoil going on behind the scenes in the Turtle Boy camp, in the Karen Reed camp, and otherwise, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, but also remember, there is a truly important component of the discourse-based ethic that we advance on Towel Stream, which is we must hold those who we believe to be guilty accountable by way of our perspectives, and at the same time we must never overlook uncomfortable truths about those who may agree with our position. For yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is the measure of all human morality. In spite of the dangers and consequences and pressures, doing the right thing and standing for truth is always incredibly important. All right, let's continue. I was trying to think of the Theodore Stevenson quote from JFK's Profiles in Courage. Oh, yes, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I remembered it. Whenever we stand against the flow of opinion on hotly contested issues, a towel does what he must in spite of the dangers and consequences and pressures, for that is the basis of all human and towel-based morality. Thank you for listening. But yes, Ange, I'm trying to keep up, and God bless you with what is happening. We are going to, Dewdrops, if you could post a link, or if anyone could post the Twitter link, or send me a DM, I'd be happy to play that. We do have some things to look over related to the Reed case, so let's bring that up on the screen. Let's get us caught up with, first of all, where Jen McCabe's cross left off. Jen McCabe was doing stellar on the witness stand, and today, ladies and gentlemen, we also expect to see video of Karen talking to documentary producers after Jen McCabe takes the stand, and that is a moment you will not want to miss. But yes, let's get us caught up. And then there's also something, folks, we're going to watch. I went back to last trial and confirmed that Jen McCabe had testified previously about relayed her remarks that were recorded in a formal interview about Karen confessing to saying she hit John 3 times at the scene of John O'Keefe's death on the morning of January 29, 2022 after 6 a.m. Karen Reed, of course, stands accused of striking John O'Keefe with her Lexus while Karen had a blood alcohol level of between 0.13 and 0.29 right around 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022, whereupon the state alleges Karen's car made contact with John's body. John then suffered a traumatic head injury, potentially by striking the ground. John was incapacitated. John's cell phone never moved from the spot on that lawn, and according to the medical evidence, which we will also hear at a later stage of the trial, reddening of John O'Keefe's pancreas, ladies and gentlemen, indicated that John O'Keefe died as a result of that traumatic head injury and the onset of hypothermia, because Karen left John to die, allegedly in a blizzard, buried under snow, with his phone steadily decreasing in temperature until John was discovered by Karen and John's dear friends, Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, after 6 a.m. the next morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Ange Wittick also pointed out something very important the other day. Folks, Karen Reed, as early as 4:30, maybe before even 5 a.m., was talking on the phone about her broken taillight. Folks, Karen Reed didn't stage that bump into John O'Keefe's car at 5:08 a.m. that she claims caused her broken taillight, although even her own experts say that's not possible, until after that point. Karen knew her taillight was broken, in my opinion, folks, at the moment of that impact. And Karen then, over the next 4 or 5 hours, left John on that lawn, tried to sleep off her intoxication. Karen's BAC, according to a retrograde blood alcohol analysis, was 0.13 to 0.29, as I mentioned. She was 0.093 the next morning after 9 a.m., 9:06 a.m. exactly, with the results returned at 9:53 a.m. in the hospital, the blood results. Karen tried to sleep it off. She tried to collect witnesses. Karen may well have known she struck and mortally wounded John O'Keefe. And why is this relevant, ladies and gentlemen, to Jen McCabe's cross? Well, it's relevant in so many ways, but one of the things we're going to hear is that between 12 a.m. and 12:24 a.m., when Karen Reed was driving over to home at Fairview Road in Canton with John after they had been drinking at a bar, they then sat outside the home for 12:24 until 12:31, when the moment of impact is alleged to have occurred, when Karen backed up as 12:31 turned over to 12:32 a.m. that morning and struck John while drunk. But on the ride over, one of John's friends mentioned that the house they were going to, Karen and John, that they had never been to before, was around Bella's mom's neighborhood. And Bella's mom was a woman John had dated many years ago. And ladies and gentlemen, in the lead up to that moment, the weeks and hours before John O'Keefe tragically lost his life, Karen and John had been drifting apart. Karen was blaming John's double orphaned adopted niece and nephew for putting a strain on their relationship. Karen was cheating on John in his own home with John's friend. John's friend quickly ended the affair when he realized Karen was only using him to hurt John as their relationship ended. Karen was calling herself single. John was saying he wanted the relationship to end. John had told Karen he saw the video of Karen cheating on John in his own home after the Patriots game. Karen and John and his friend watched the Patriots game on January 15, 2022, where the Pats got blown out in Buffalo 47-24 or something. Ladies and gentlemen, what happened in those moments was that Jen McCabe, while relaying directions to Karen Reed, and John O'Keefe mentioned Bella's mom, and it may have set Karen off. There was, in fact, according to Karen's own words to EMTs, an argument in the car with John O'Keefe between 12:24 and 12:31. And then inexplicably, ladies and gentlemen, after 6 a.m. the next morning, Karen is talking about whether John was out cheating on her for some odd reason, when Karen, Jen McCabe, and Carrie Roberts are driving back to the scene where John is located. And how odd and convenient, ladies and gentlemen, that Karen manages to drop the murder weapon back at John's house and get a ride to the scene with two witnesses she had never really spoken to before and had to contact via John's adopted niece in the early morning around 4:30 a.m. before Karen then proceeded to pick up those witnesses, go back to John's house, get in Carrie Roberts' car, and go back to the scene. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, Karen even saw John's body somehow on the lawn in the dark through a blizzard before the women passed the tree line of the home. just oozing consciousness of guilt at every moment. And we will hear testimony from Jen McCabe, ladies and gentlemen, as we review the lead up to the end of her cross. We'll hear this testimony. And earlier we heard it was Karen's threats of self-harm at the scene after she confessed to saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, as to John. That led to Karen being taken to the hospital at the request of Karen's own parents. Therein explaining Karen's dad, Bill, and her mom, Janet's latent guilt and desire to protect their daughter, even though I think they probably realize she's guilty, because they inadvertently handed the state evidence of Karen's alcohol intoxication because they just wanted to save their daughter's life. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to these agonizing moments as we will listen to Jen McCabe testify about what she went through that morning as she watched Karen Reed unravel before the world, confess to hitting John O'Keefe, and then get taken to the hospital for threats of self-harm. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Jen McCabe's testimony, the result of the end, the part of the close, and we are going to listen to that now. So let us begin. Where is, this was the shocking conclusion of the cross. We'll go back and watch more portions of it as well. But just watch how in command Jen McCabe was on this cross. Alan Jackson completely deflated from as compared to the first Karen Reed trial. There is just no hope for Mr. Jackson. I can say, ladies and gentlemen, the federal probe being confirmed as closed and everything that comes along with it has just eradicated Alan Jackson's confidence. You can see it, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it on the screen. Well, you can't actually see it yet because I still have to bring the screen up, but you will be able to see it in just a few minutes. And if you're wondering, why are you talking in this intonation, little Towel? Well, Towel has got into the bad habit of speaking like a Howard Cosell Towel. And you might say, Grant, that is extremely odd in the context of coverage of a criminal case. And I would say to you, yes, ladies and gentlemen, but it is those moments of levity which will prepare us and get us through listening to Alan Jackson go in circles talking about the Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man for 2 hours. But we do have a full day of court today. We could go as late as 3 or 4 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are all here. We, the Towel Friends, have gathered as we have about 50 minutes to go until the start of today's Day 8 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Okay, I'm really practicing my voice intonation here. I love all your wonderful comments. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the size of the comment window just a little bit. That's a tactical thing, and that way more comments can be on the screen and they don't go by so quickly. Well, maybe we will just leave it like this, actually, because I want a lot of people to be able to see, if they're watching, what you Towel Friends are talking about. All right, let's listen to Jen McCabe testify at the end of her cross. This is what we're going to pick up with. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Blank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms.
acting
McCabe,
erratic. And so every police officer that I spoke to,
let her finish.
Every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory's getting better, even as we speak here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said, the words I hit him, to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months afterwards. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Blank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that
I
there had been
unplugged
an
the
argument.
microphone.
Did you?
I'm sorry, Tal friends. I'm literally looking around saying, how could this sound not be working? Towel has arranged everything correctly. And then I looked over and Towel had unplugged the microphone. That is a very classic Towel move. But yes, I'm back with you all now. I apologize for the slight delay. That's why I started playing the video again. That was absolutely Towel inadvertently unplugging his microphone, looking around, wondering how is it possible that my microphone has gotten unplugged, and then figuring it out. I appreciate your patience. Thank you all. I was waiting for one comment to confirm the sound was back so we could move on. And yes, Towel friends, we are now caught up on what Jen McCabe had said right before the end of testimony on Wednesday. And now we are going to look at a little bit more of how Jen McCabe answered questions, by the way, during the first Karen Reed trial about that very similar series of inquiries from Jackson, which is, did Jen McCabe talk to investigators or grand juries about those confessions from Karen Reed? Let's listen. This is the first trial.
Now I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that to yourself and look up with it.
The page again, Mr. Lally?
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, is your memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made, and it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him, and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it from Jen McCabe during testimony in the first Karen Reed trial. Jen McCabe did testify not only to Karen Reed at prior proceedings and at the first Karen Reed trial, to Karen Reed confessing to saying she hit John O'Keefe 3 times, but Karen Reed saying, did I hit John O'Keefe? And I hit him, were 2 different things. She said, Karen Reed said those at different times, and Jen McCabe is going to further clarify this. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw a little preview right there of what the redirect is going to look like. Now, let's take a little bit more look at Jen McCabe's cross from earlier, because we switched over to coverage during the Aiden Turtleboy Kearney hearing for a little bit. But let's take a look at what the morning session of Wednesday's Jen McCabe's cross was like. Let's get a little sense of what Alan Jackson might look at. And then you know what we can do? We can actually watch Jen McCabe's cross from the first trial related to the Google search, which is confirmed as having happened at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. on January 29, 2022, outside of Fairview Road at Karen Reed's request. So let us see what we can see. There we go. Let's watch a little bit of this is actually, I think, a direct, but yeah, this is from Jen's direct. So this is what it will look like when Hank Brennan's back up on direct. Let's get caught up while I look for my cigar lighter.
I believe as they were putting, I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustained. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of...
I'll move on.
Oh, okay. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
So you saw some of it there, towel friends. Hank Brennan masterful on the direct of Jen McCabe. We saw Alan Jackson not doing very well on cross. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming up on 9 a.m. where Alan Jackson has a little bit left, an hour and a half or so of his cross. Hank Brennan will then be on redirect, and then we're going to see bombshell potential videos of Karen Reed further confessing in an incriminating way, perhaps in never-before-seen footage to documentary producers. Folks, Karen Reed gave 400 hours of interviews, or there's 400 hours of footage from a documentary that aired on HBO Max and ID Discovery, all in the hands of Hank Brennan. Karen had some of the producers not air some of that footage. Only about 5 to 6 hours of total documentary ran. So of that 400 hours, how much is damning for Karen? How much are we going to see for the first time during trial? My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. Tune in live today and find out. Now, let us go back to, let me see if I can find us another clip. Oh, yes, let's learn about what Hank Brennan's going to show at the close of Jen McCabe's testimony. I even have that clip. Why? Because I'm a towel. And do you know why they call a towel a towel? Because it's a towel. Here we go.
You should have.
Oh, okay.
Yes, 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12 A's in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right, what do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to his case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of the party opponent to the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay, if you want to give clips in to do so, I would hope the objection to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So, Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said
at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay, for the record, Bella and John didn't have a relationship. It was Bella's mom and John many, many years ago. Second of all, did you hear what Brennan just said? He has clips that are going to show Karen talking about Bella's mom and how it came up on the way over, potentially even an argument about Bella's mom on the way over to Fairview. Brennan says this is motive. Ladies and gentlemen, what a revelation. You got to listen carefully to every word. Some people think you got to watch a trial for just the testimony. No, the Linda Sussman. I'll take a listen to it, Greetings World. Thank you. I appreciate the suggestion. Send me a DM if I forget, if you follow me on Twitter. I'll try to follow you. But ladies and gentlemen, did you see the motion argument there? That is not testimony. The jury's not there. That is Hank Brennan saying, Your Honor, here's my offer of proof. When Jen McCabe testifies, I want to play these clips when she's off the stand because I believe she'll be able to testify and lay the foundation for why Karen was talking about Bella's mom and getting into an argument with John. Karen getting into an argument with John in the moments while Karen and John were driving over to Fairview Road, where they arrived at 12:24 a.m. on January 29, 2022, sat in the car where it moved forward in front of the house for 7 minutes or so until 12:31, where John got out of the car, allegedly. Then Karen at 12:32 and 16 seconds with a BAC between 0.13 and 0.29, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, backed her car with 75% pressure on the acceleration, 75% force, in reverse to 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right, where it is alleged Karen made contact with John and struck John, leading John to fall to the ground, hit his head, suffer a traumatic brain injury, which led to swelling of the brain, and then John, incapacitated in a blizzard, suffered hypothermia over the next 5 hours, as indicated by reddening of his pancreas, and then died alone. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan intends to present evidence of Karen's motive for striking John because they got into an argument about some woman named Bella's mom, who John had been with many, many years ago. Yes, Emily Suzanne, I think we'll see that clip of Karen saying it's Karen or Jen McCabe as well. And I think we will see a number of damning clips related to Karen. Now, if you have been watching the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, you will know that what Hank Brennan is doing, just to give you a little preview, my name's GrantSmithEllis, and we are waiting for the 9 a.m. start of the presentation of evidence in day 8 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. If you have been watching the trial, you will know that Hank Brennan, after witnesses get off the stand, likes to completely undermine Alan Jackson's cross by playing Karen Reed's own words. Now, if you're wondering, well, ladies and gentlemen, what do those words look like? How has the jury been reacting? It's bombshell after bombshell after bombshell after bombshell. Now, the first bombshell that the jury watched was right after the devastating testimony of John's mom, Peggy O'Keefe. God bless Mrs. O'Keefe. Alan Jackson, the next morning, was forced, over his objection, to watch this video be played for the jury. Hank Brennan won the ability to play the video as predicted by Towell, and let's watch what the jury saw. Mouth open, agape.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was just one video. Would you like to see the next videos the jury saw? It got worse and worse for Karen.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
Because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I have like a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a
Yeah,
sense.
buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as me a video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Read was forced to watch videos of herself admitting of, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Read's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Read did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Read. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch. Well, folks, you saw it. You saw it. But ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a minute break here. Christina, the venerated, wonderful Christina, has sent over an update. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may have missed this earlier in the trial. I need to give you some important context. I want to be clear. I am not going to just talk about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man for no reason. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to be clear that Alan Jackson himself brought the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man into the Karen Read and John O'Keefe trial. So before we do our next update, which is incredibly important, I need to show you why I'm giving you an update on the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, because otherwise people will say, Grant, what relevance does Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man have to the Karen Read trial? And I'll have to spend all this time explaining that. No, listen, do you think I am the kind of person, me, a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel that talks in the intonation of Howard Cosell while broadcasting criminal trials? Do you think I am the type of person to bring up Chewbacca, compare them to Karen Read's experts from ARCA, and then suggest that the real third-party culprit in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe trial is a dog named Chloe in a Chewbacca costume wearing a wig? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I may be that kind of person, but I did not bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I assert under my God and under the law and under oath that I did not bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe trial. I can prove it, ladies and gentlemen. He appeared in the courtroom alongside Chewbacca. That actually didn't happen. But this next sentence from Alan Jackson really did happen. And ladies and gentlemen, it will prove to you that I, your humble little friendly towel, did not bring up Chewbacca. I mean, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I actually did bring up Chewbacca, but that's not my fault.
But a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from Alan Jackson himself, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. We're taking a look to see if Karen Read has arrived. She has not. It is some troopers standing around with a fence. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here on Towel Stream. It, according to Alan Jackson, may well have been the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man who, alongside Chewbacca, which is actually a dog in a wig named Chloe, could have been the third-party culprit in John O'Keefe's death. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have put it all together. Now listen, there's something very important I have to show you from Christina. We heard reports yesterday that Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man had escaped and were on their way to Fiji to avoid being questioned by Alan Jackson. Now, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels, part of these disturbing reports were that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca were being chased by Alan Jackson in an F-16 across the Pacific Ocean. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have exclusive footage from Christina, the lovely, dedicated, honorary towel, of that F-16 chase with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewie. Oh no, they did not take a seafaring vessel for this journey. I do not think you can get to Fiji in that boat. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is terrible. And they're being chased by an F-16. What is going to happen? Oh no, there is no way that boat, that little dinghy, first of all, it cannot go from San Diego to Fiji. Look, think about the waves in the Pacific Ocean. Second of all, where is Arca? What do they have Arca in the hull of the boat? Ladies, gentlemen, my goodness. And then furthermore, what kind of onboard defenses does that little dinghy have on an F-16? Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain this to you. I don't think it's possible that Chewbacca with the sailor's hat and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are going to be able to get to Fiji. Oh goodness, Christina, we never should have alerted the Free Karen Reed movement and Alan Jackson to the fact that that Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man were on a boat, which is actually a dinghy heading to Fiji. This is a terrible idea. What have we done? I did not mean to send Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man on a one-way mission to Fiji. All I wanted them to do was escape Christina's basement and simultaneously avoid being questioned about why Chewbacca is actually a dog named Chloe in a wig. That was the whole point. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this has just become an ungodly conflagration. The F-16 may not have even been validly obtained by Alan Jackson. He called someone in the FBI. We don't know how they got a fighter jet. It's kind of like the Grand Theft Auto San Andreas game, but with a slight twist. And then all of a sudden, Alan Jackson is violating international law. Who knows what airspace he had to go through to get behind this boat? At least the boat is a nautical vessel and can operate under the laws of the sea. But you can't just fly an F-16 through international airspace and violate the sovereign airspace of countries, Alan Jackson. Oh, goodness. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was a wonderful 8:35 a.m. morning moment of levity as we wait for the 9 a.m. start of the Karen Reed trial. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we all tune into these streams while waiting for Karen Reed's arrival at court so we can talk about the active pursuit by Alan Jackson in an F-16 stolen from Joint Base Cape Cod, apparently, with help from that guy who leaked information on Discord and got arrested, Jack Textera from the Air Wing. Yes, Alan Jackson is chasing the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca all the way to Fiji. And we, as we await Karen Reed's arrival at court this morning, we will monitor updates. I swear, ladies and gentlemen, they have to make it. If Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man do not escape to Fiji, Alan Jackson's very rare, very, very unique deployment of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man defense may actually work. And let me show you, ladies and gentlemen, now we can listen to the clip while looking at the active flight. Alan Jackson legitimately brought up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. I am not just being a sardonic towel. The Chewbacca part may be a little bit sardonic, but not the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man part, and I can prove it.
Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we will analyze this in depth.
Kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Hold on.
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I realize that's, oh my God, it's Murder by Maestro and Ed Jobs. Oh, I started looking up at the comments. Hi, Jew Drops. I'm sorry, folks. I was paying very close attention to the active pursuit across the Pacific Ocean of Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Stacy Gardner, it's great to see you. I appreciate being able to join in with you all as we await Karen Reed's arrival at court. Ladies and gentlemen, we now see that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca are actually outside the Norfolk Superior Court. I'm not really sure how they're in a boat. It's some kind of SpongeBob episode. They are driving a boat on the road. I'm not really sure how this is what you watch this stream for. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as we await Karen Reed's arrival at court, this is what you've all wanted to see. Somehow Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. No, they were on the road. Stay focused, cameraman. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man have arrived outside Norfolk Superior Court. They are waiting for Karen Reed. You can see Alan Jackson has chased them to the courthouse using his infamous Alan Jackson F-16 kettling technique. Yes, I don't know how this road outside the courthouse has become the Pacific Ocean, but there you have it. There you forget the arrival of Karen Reed. It is the moment the entire Karen Reed and John O'Keefe free trial world has been waiting for. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man located, forced to the court. They will be brought to the stand. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Reed is clearly not in a van. Karen Reed is, well, okay, Karen Reed. Oh, is this Karen? Who is this? Is that, we can't tell, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know who that is. That is not Karen Reed. Okay, hold on. I need to switch from Howard Cosell towel to David Attenborough towel. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant David Attenborough Towel SmithEllis. We watch closely for the Karen Reed in her natural habitat. Yes, the Karen Reed, the accused killer herself, waiting to arrive at Norfolk Superior Court. Ladies and gentlemen, with Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man close at hand, Karen Reed has arrived at Norfolk Superior Court. And yes, when people watch this clip, they will say, why is Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man over Alan Jackson and David Unetti's face? And I will say, ladies and gentlemen, you must watch Towel Stream on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis to get real-time arrival footage of Karen Reed's at court for today's day 8 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, while simultaneously being able to somehow understand why Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are being chased by Alan Jackson in an F-16. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, day 8 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial, the presentation of evidence starting in just 15 minutes. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Join us. I will see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. Did you enjoy my wonderful articulation, my explication, my soliloquy as to Karen Reed's arrival at court? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am GrantSmithEllis, and I am a towel. Okay, hold on. We have a towel duty that we must do to the wider public. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, fellow towels. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, Karen Reed, her lawyers, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, Chewbacca, ARCCA, and a quiet background of birds have arrived at Norfolk Superior Court for day 8 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Will Alan Jackson pull off his biggest surprise yet? Will the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man take the stand? Tune in live with special towel multi-cam coverage, including the world famous Karen Cam, via this link. Tune in live via this link, and also join the towel chat in real-time chat on the screen. All right, I wrote it up, towel friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. This is what you get on Towel Stream. We write up posts for the wider world together, and I act like a towel. Yes, my name is Grant Smith. David Attenborough, Howard Cosell, Towel Ellis. Truly, I am thrilled to be with you all as we annotate, explicate, and commentate on today's day 8 of the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial. And yes, I know, ladies and gentlemen, the real reason you tune into this stream is because we have stumbled on to the true corruption and third-party culprit that is attempting to flee the jurisdiction in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe case. Is it Josh Levy? Is it Rachel Rollins? Is it the corruption with ARCA? No, ladies and gentlemen, it is Chewbacca and the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man. I cannot reiterate enough, ladies and gentlemen, how hard it was to figure this out. It took the collective resources of towel friends the world over, Bosnia-Herzegovina, South Africa, England, the UK, even northern France, Zimbabwe, Australia, across the world. The towel friends have rose with a single voice, and they have said, we figured out what Alan Jackson is doing. No, Alan Jackson is not just standing up there trying to confuse the jury with nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we told the world. Alan Jackson figured out that it was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man who was the actual third-party culprit. And when you put it all together, the conclusion can only mean thus. Chloe the dog, in a wig, somehow colluded with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man to flee the jurisdiction to avoid being called to the stand. But yes, Jen McCabe's cross, which will not be the highlight of the day apparently because of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, should resume this morning in just over 12 minutes. And my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I'll be with you for that coverage as it begins, including the special towel cam, which includes Karen cam coverage, Marshmallow Man cam, which is Alan Jackson, the David Yannetti cam, the Bill and Janet Reed cam, and then the Hank Brennan cam when he is speaking. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you have truly received everything you could have wanted from our morning coverage, even though I lost my lighter for a few minutes and got frustrated. But with that said, towel friends, with that said, we have a few other things to check in on as we begin the day. I'm sorry for making you watch The Fan. I have an idea. Oh, Christina, look at what you've helped the towel friends be able to do. We don't have to watch The Fan. We can watch the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the benefits of watching Towel stream. Yes, Towel did have the Karen Cam on Tuesday, the very first day of last week. All the other networks followed suit. They said Towel has figured out the world wants the Karen Cam, the most unique perspective on a criminal trial in history. We just stare at Karen all day from 3 different angles, along with her parents. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we did deploy the Karen Cam before anyone else. And I wanted to go into David Attenborough towel mode, but I'm going to stick in Howard Cosell towel mode. I'm not really sure why. I think it's because I enjoy this intonation so very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I could commentate anything from the homes of the rich and famous on some strange 1990s MTV program to a real-time horse racing extravaganza wherein Bob Alessi goes in the infield grass and lectures people drinking Coors Light about the importance of placing the blame on Chewbacca during high-profile criminal trials. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my final D-Nice yesterday went very well. I don't think I need to talk in this tone and intonation while explaining mundane answers such as how is towel doing or how did my final go. But if I can be versatile enough to deploy this seemingly iambic pentameter like metronomic syntactical precision, then why not, ladies and gentlemen? I may as well practice such rhythmic flow. It is like going back and forth on a metronome, much like people could set their clocks to the walks of Professor Immanuel Kant in Königsberg in the 1700s. Yes, you can tune your instruments to the metronomic back and forth, the rhythmic intonations, and the ebbs and flows of Towel's oration. Yes, Towel's final went very well, ladies and gentlemen. I went into the final, I said, I am a towel to myself, and then I conquered my fourth of my 7 finals. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I truly appreciate your compliments, not only for my Howard Cosell-esque announcer voice, but also for my ability to broadcast criminal trials simultaneously while taking finals. Yes, I am a multifaceted, multidimensional towel, but really it is you all, the constituent members of the towel universe, who make these moments in the lead up to the start of 9 a.m.'s testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial so special. Yes, you towel friends, the members of the constituent towel universe, you sew together the fabric of that towel universe as washcloths and flannels and soap dispensers and beach towels and hemp towels and paper towels and towelettes, and you come together as a universal whole and you say to the world, we will not be defined by transactional soft power based on preserving, demonstrating, and expanding our ability to influence each other. No, ladies and gentlemen, we will define the world order based on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and embrace universal love as a guiding principle for the age of Aquarius and towels. It has been foretold in stone, ladies and gentlemen. You may write it down, you may convey it, you may go out into the world, towel disciples, if that's what you want to be, and you may spread this simple message. 1, do small acts of service and kindness for others. 2, embrace universal love instead of influence peddling. And 3, peacefully invade northern France to create a homeland for the towel people. Yes, it is a simple formula, and ladies and gentlemen, don't worry about the industrial towel production in Latin America or protecting the petrodollar or warding off the rise of the BRICS. We will use towel diplomacy to do that. You focus on small acts of service, universal love, and peacefully invading northern France. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just a few minutes away now from the start of testimony in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. I am monitoring closely. The Karen cam should be coming up on your screen any second now. As soon as it does, you know we will switch over to coverage, and then I will see you at the first break. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Don't forget to subscribe to the Towel channel. You can do things like leave emojis and things like that. You can like the video. Oh, you have to become a member to leave emojis, but sometimes people just make other people members, and then you can use towel emojis. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please remember to help your fellow humans in towels. It is the beginning of the month. Towels should be okay for now, but your fellow towels may need you. Lindsay Gattani has a fundraiser up at the top of the stream. Actually, you know what? We're going to dedicate the entire morning. Don't send Towel any donations, please. If you were going to send $1, if you were going to send $5, I have a request, a humble Towel request. If you appreciate anything Towel has ever done on this stream, please help me prove to a wonderful woman who's brilliant, believes in God, and is an excellent mother, that it is possible for humans to show support for each other. Let us dedicate this entire part of the morning stream to trying to raise funds for Lindsay Gattani, who needs us right now. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you do not need to donate to Towel today. It is the beginning of the month. I will be okay for at least a little bit. Instead, I beg of you, please, if you have a heart, if you have ever said what Grant is saying is valuable, if you have ever said, I care about this little towel, please consider donating to Lindsay's fundraiser, sharing it on Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I can express how much it would mean to Lindsay if you all would share on X or other sites Lindsay's fundraiser. Give her some words of encouragement. She's a named victim in the Aidan Kearney case. Lindsay was the reason that people were able to figure out Karen Reed had a direct relationship with former U.S. Attorney Josh Levy. For the love of towels, consider supporting instead of donating to Towel Stream the whole morning. Please, it's okay if you didn't hear this and by accidentally donate. I'll try to go through it all, and when the YouTube revenue comes in, give it to Lindsay, but I can't make promises because it happens so fast. Please go to the Give, Send, Go link. I beg of you, it's pinned at the top. It's in the description. $1, $5, a prayer on the Give, Send, Go. Oh, towel friends, it would simply warm little Towel's heart, and it would be an expression of your towel goodness and also your appreciation for Towel Stream. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you really want to make Towels Friday and the world's Friday amazing, consider contributing as little as $1 to Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. And just know, Little Towels, whether you do so anonymously or otherwise, whether you share the fundraiser or donate, it will always have a special place in Little Towel's heart. We can, as a growing constituent fabric of the towel universe, use our threads to bring about a better, fairer, more compassionate world. And my goodness, towel friends, as we await the start of session, please, please do honor to Little Towel if you like this stream. Let's make the morning about Lindsay. If you all want to make positive comments, if you all want to send support, it would mean a lot to Little Towel. Do you have to do it? Of course not. But have I ever actually asked you, other than, saying, oh, here are opportunities to support, have I ever asked you, have I ever said, for this one person, towel friends, in lieu of towel, this morning, let us help one of the most vulnerable, the voiceless among us? No, I have not directly made such an appeal. But towel friends, hearken from this place and from this time and place the call of the towel universe, whoever it may be. Maybe it's Lindsay today and you tomorrow. We shall support when needed the most vulnerable among us. Thank you. Jesus is the truth. I agree, Brooke. I absolutely agree. God bless you for that wonderful contribution. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I am going to continue monitoring closely, towel friends, as we await session, the Karen Reed trial coming into session. You will hear the Karen Reed trial on the exclusive Karen Cam before it starts up on the main feed. What we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the day, I am going to turn us over to the exclusive towel multicam view, and I will get us set up to begin the day. I really do appreciate all of you towel friends who are here for the morning session. And although I think I'm permanently stuck in my Howard Cosell intonation phase, we at least appreciated each other, even in light of my strangely out-of-place tone. Yes, the uncanny valley effect extends to more than just weirdly created AI images. When Howard Cosell towel comes on to the scene, the world wonders, why is this man speaking in this kind of intonation while covering a criminal trial? And I can't really explain that, ladies and gentlemen. I can't. As a towel, I am limited simply to my desire to speak in this way. And maybe over time there will be some horse racing announcer that comes along and says, Little Towel, you should take my place. And I will do that. Give me 1 sec, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to bring your chat up on the screen first, and I have to get rid of my little section of the chat. We don't need that part there. We can have even more comments from you all if we just get rid of that. And then I think what we'll do is we'll bring this part even higher. There we go. Hello, towel friends. I am back with you. We are waiting for the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial to come into session. We have seen so many towel friends today. It has been wonderful to see you all. Towel made a heartfelt, impassioned plea for supporting the most vulnerable. And now we await court coming into session. As you can see up on your screen, the very minute the Karen Cam goes live, you all will see it first. And about 30 seconds later, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin coverage of the day. I'm so sorry. I hate to do it to you. I can't control things at this point. We must wait for testimony to start. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on your screen, it should be just a few seconds now. Could be a few minutes, but it should be just a few more ticks of the clock before today's day 8 of testimony in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial begins. Now, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and if you joined for the pre-show, I am very grateful that you were with us. We tried to get caught up on Jen McCabe's cross. We pretty much did. We didn't get to watch Jen McCabe's cross from the first trial again about the 2:23, the mistake from Richard Green about the 2:27 a.m. Google search about Hawk Mock Sports, and the confirmation that the 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google searches from Jen McCabe were actually done at Karen's request after Karen asking how long it takes someone to die in the cold at the scene of John's death. So yes, towel friends, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I will, as soon as possible, have coverage of this morning's Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. We are past 9 a.m. We know Karen is in the courtroom. We saw her arrival earlier. I commentated on Karen's arrival as a good towel Attenborough should. And now we await the beginning of evidence this morning. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you having been with me. This cross, as I mentioned, went in circles for hours on Wednesday. If we go in circles for hours again today, please forgive me. I cannot control Alan Jackson. He is the type of man who would pursue Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in an F-16 as those two try to flee in a dinghy to Fiji. And you might be saying, Grant, what are you talking about? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson brought up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. And you cannot tell me, ladies and gentlemen, as a little towel, that I am prohibited from bringing up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man when Alan Jackson himself invoked the specter of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in testimony questioning during cross. You cannot hold it against this little towel. I don't understand how it's possible. I didn't do it. Alan Jackson did it. All I'm doing is pointing out how Alan Jackson plausibly is arguing that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and a dog in a wig calling itself Chewbacca was responsible for John's death. And listen, if I can't make that kind of argument, ladies and gentlemen, what is the point of commentating on criminal trials? Am I here just to analyze admissibility as a lay towel? Because none of this is legal advice and I'm not a lawyer, I'm a towel. Am I just here to analyze admissibility, ladies and gentlemen, under the FRE or MRE 401 and 403 balancing test? No. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming into session. Here we go. I'm a towel.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I call the case?
Please.
For the record, before the court is Como versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Ms. Gianetti?
Yes, please.
Okay, come on up to sidebar, folks.
The day begins with a sidebar. You're going to hear it twice, ladies and gentlemen, as we get back to, you're going to hear that same audio play again. We're going to have double audio. I'm a towel. Give me 1 second.
Sidebar, folks.
Okay, so folks, we are waiting for court to come into session. We don't yet on cam. We are at sidebar before the jury arrives. There is a look in. My name is Grant Smith, Towel Attenborough, Howard Cosell Ellis. We look in at the court. We see the Reed family, the O'Keefe family sitting solemn, waiting for Jen McCabe to begin the final segment of her cross. Will the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man make an appearance? Ladies and gentlemen, the world wants to know. And I tell you as a dedicated towel announcer, I do not have an answer for you. I do not know if the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is going to be called to the stand in a dramatic moment as Alan Jackson unveils the real third-party culprit in his defense, his fleeting defense of Karen Reed. Does Karen Reed's seaport bunker continue to crumble under the shells of Hank Brennan's artillery? Does Hank Brennan, leading the Towel Expeditionary Force on its final crusade, truly have the Karen bunker in his sights? Is Karen Ava Braun Reed truly witnessing her last moments? The Karen Reed family and friends look desolate. They are full of despair. They pretend like nothing is wrong as Hank Brennan's large artillery shells flak the Karen Reed bunker in the Karen Reed Gardens. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the final moments are upon us, perhaps. Is Karen Reed heading towards guilt and a finding of responsibility for John O'Keefe's death? My name is GrantSmithEllis. We're watching live, waiting for the court to return from sidebar. It's great to see you, Paul Doherty. I'm just a towel. What are you talking about? There is no such thing as low or high towels. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all on a similar plane. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are all so similar. But I must say, when we think about high and low towel language, We can see how Lord Reed's vision of a public information service, and we can see Peggy O'Keefe on the screen. I'm sorry, it's a little bit cut off. We can see how Lord Reed's vision for a public information service must be centered on educating, informing, and entertaining the public. And yes, if doing so with towels, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and Chewbacca engenders cogent discourse and wards off the usurpation of democratic republics, then by God, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be here with you for every moment. We zoom out on the O'Keefe family and friends, sitting together closely. We look at the empty seats. This is a prolonged sidebar to start the day. We don't even have Karen Cam coverage yet because we need to wait for the jury to arrive for that to happen. Oh, it's True Crime and Some Wine. It's great to see you. Lisa Cox, I saw you come in earlier, friend. Hi, Modelo Macy. Murder by Maestro. Every time your name pops up, I start saying, oh my God, I'm a towel. Brooke, it's wonderful to see you. Your contributions are always so appreciated. Angela Whittick, you as well. Ange Whittick, it's always wonderful to see you, and I'm glad that we were able to add you back to the honorary towel fold. Jew Drops, you are a truly honorary, committed towelette. Jew Drops led the towelette charge until towelettes got mentioned in testimony of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Jew Drops truly reflects the very best of the towel ethos. There is no one better, in my opinion, to carry forth the towel flag for our peaceful invasion of Norman Towel. Oh, God bless you, Luisa Ramirez. I so appreciate your support and contributions. When it comes in at the end of the month, I will pass it along to Lindsay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I will keep track of each moment of this morning's stream until 12 p.m., and every single dollar that we raise will go to Lindsay. Actually, you know what? You can send it on the YouTube too. I'll just pay it forward out of my own donations. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at $7.97 so far on the YouTube. So many towel friends supporting. If you want to show appreciation, if you like the towel cam, if you like this coverage, send along some support. Every dollar this morning after YouTube fees or whatever way you send the donations in will go to Lindsay Gattani, one of the named victims in Aidan Kearney's criminal cases, as Lindsay has multiple ongoing battles to fight to get her justice. So, ladies and gentlemen, whether you support on Give, Send, Go, or send a donation, any donations during the first 3 hours of Towel Stream, ladies and gentlemen, will go to Lindsay Gattani today. And we won't even have to wait till the end of the month because I'll use some of Towel's donations and just deal with it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you all for your support of this public information service and for Towel Stream. I appreciate all of you listening to me, and I agree Jew Drops is the best. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for court to come into session. We are still at sidebar. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I don't know if I'm going to take the car and go down to the yard in order to play some ball or go to Fenway Park. No, I'll be watching with you, towel friends. Maybe for a little bit I'll take a short break, during which you all collectively will be in charge. I've noticed that we can't leave one person in charge because then they're like, oh no, everyone's looking to me now. So instead, all of you will be in charge together, and that will be a wonderful collective moment. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're beginning. Let's see what they have to say.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
We wait methodically.
And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen, there is another sidebar. Towel Attenborough Ellis. I'll become a little quieter, pensive, watching closely. The Karen in her Catholic schoolgirl outfit. Oh, God bless you, Arlene Lima. $5 more to Lindsay's fund. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do actually a goal. We are going to do a goal, and if we accomplish this goal, I will do some kind of dramatic reading of one of my Twitter posts in the style of a towel. Okay, so we're going to do how many? 15 super chats, and we're going to do it for 3 hours. Every single dollar raised. We're going to do even more in case there's just a towel super chat marathon. Every single dollar raised, I will express the towel
Did you see this?
Universe.
And then I'll take it back whenever.
Love for Lindsay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the goal is up. We're waiting for jurors to come in. $10 super chats. Arlene Lima, you're the best. We're still waiting for court. Don't worry, friends. We don't even have the Karen Cam yet. Raymond B, welcome to the ranks of honorary towels. That's a hilarious comment. Remember, friends, every dollar raised this morning on YouTube or via any donations goes to Lindsay Gattani because she's amazing and I'm a towel. Hold on, folks. The sound is muted. We're waiting for jurors to arrive. Monitor closely with me here. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. Still no Karen Cam. We're waiting. The Karen Cam should turn on any second. Oh, God bless you. Oh, my word. Someone sent a wonderful donation for Lindsay. Oh, you all are wonderful towels. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, you've restored towels' faith in America. I love all of you towel friends. The donation that just came in is amazing. I'm sending this to Lindsay immediately. God bless you, towel friends. Truly, I can't. You are going to send towel into a celebratory spiel. I'm going to run around in circles. I'll put on a towel costume. Court is not yet in session, ladies and gentlemen. We seem to be waiting for the jurors to walk in. Bear with me. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, as I sell. Oh, my God, I can't believe it.
Yea. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe? Please. Whatever you want.
Please raise your right hand. I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Saw it, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
I can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Sorry.
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, 'Where are you?' And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello." Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think, in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same picture.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello." Because they were still there. Period. Correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023. Correct?
So, can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time?
Ask the question again. Mr.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said. At least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2020.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously,
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you. Okay.
May I approach?
Yes. Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Okay. Then you spoke with the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
All right, towel friends, GrantSmithEllis here. We are monitoring now to watch as the Karen Reed trial goes into a short sidebar. Witness Jen McCabe still on the stand. I'm back. I'm not yelling as much anymore because I'm just elated. You have brought towel friends. You almost made little towel cry. I was so in the moment. I didn't actually get to reflect. Oh, you don't know how much it means, little towel friends. For that, even that, I've only sent one of the. I sent the Venmo donation that came in to Lindsay. Oh, towel friends, you warmed little Towel's heart. You restored Towel's faith in humanity. I cannot express to you personally how much it means to little Towel to see that kind of kindness. Lindsay herself basically broke into tears as I informed her of the news and sent the donation over. God bless you, little Towels. The most touching thing we can do in the world is make the voiceless and vulnerable feel heard, empowered, and supported. And truly, not sardonically, Towel is so grateful and appreciative. It means more than I can ever express. And even if I were to break down, I don't think I could express how much it means to me. I will have to see some of you towel friends in person. And if you want, I will give you a towel hug, and you can feel energetically just how much you have influenced and impacted little Towel and his faith in the wider world. We are in a prolonged sidebar of the morning session of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering, every single donation until noon today, whether on the youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis or sent to any of the links in the description to Lindsay directly or to me, all of that is going directly to Lindsay Gattani, one of the named victims in the Aiden Turtleboy Kearney cases, who needs our help. and who broke down just minutes ago at word of just one donation. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be in the world, think of the power of being able to bring a wonderful human, a woman who is a wonderful mother, who has been smeared simply because she found out inadvertently too much information about Karen Reed's connection to Josh Levy by way of Aidan Kearney, and inadvertently got in the middle of a proxy war between the DOJ and the Norfolk DA. My word, friends, we're changing the world one moment, one country, one towel friend at a time. We're heading back into session. My name's GrantSmithEllis. God bless you. See you at the break.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone, I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beattie, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you. I don't remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, Coach?
Yes.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell
transcript.
Mr. Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Mr. McCabe. Would it refresh you? I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, Your Honor. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later.
Mm-hmm.
You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, and by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls, and after the scene had been cleared. But about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to my
Do you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it. Mm-hmm. My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house. I object.
The objection is sustained, and I'm going to strike that.
You also told... I'd like to be seen now.
Okay, we come to sidebar, please.
John O'Keefe trial. Very quick sidebar here, towel friends. Very quick sidebar. Very quick sidebar here, towel friends. We should be back in just 10 seconds. God bless you for all your support for Lindsay. We're extending it all day. Towel friends, any donations all day on the stream, go to Lindsay. I'll see you at the break.
May I? Sure. Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now. Mm-hmm. What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th, which is freshest in your mind?
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so. Maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like?
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked, and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it, and it was cracked, and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
Back to the face.
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was one way. Mm-hmm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked for identification.
All right.
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay.
Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, I think it's marked.
Oh, sure.
It's a big case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay, I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll just
one,
leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 12922.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or does that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute about this?
As Towel collects his things and I get ready to take a quick 10-minute towel break. Now, we will be in session, towel friends. My name's GrantSmithEllis. If you're just hearing me come over your speakers, we will be in session until 11 a.m. Eastern. Alan Jackson is continuing with his cross of Jen McCabe, who is doing excellent. By McCabe affirming what she said to Lieutenant Tully and then saying Tully's notes wouldn't help her refresh her recollection. McCabe tactically cut Jackson's ability to try to impeach her with Tully's notes, which wouldn't necessarily be a reflection of McCabe's memory. Genius, sublime, well done. Towel friends, before I go on my break, if there are any sidebars over the next 10 or 20 minutes, you won't have me with you. Ladies and gentlemen, Towel is overwhelmed. Your support for Lindsay Gattani, one of the named victims in Aiden Turtleboy Kearney's cases, who is voiceless, who needs our help, who is overwhelmed and was on the verge of tears when some of the donations got sent over to her in the past few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, every dollar raised, not just this morning, all day, whether it's through the Cashapp, the Venmo, or the PayPal in the stream description, or the chat that you can find, whether it is through Lindsay's fundraiser directly, however you send it, through YouTube or otherwise, super chats, all of the revenue from today's stream is going directly to Lindsay Gattani. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless all of you. We are helping Lindsay fight for justice. She needs your support now more than ever, and truly, as we wait for session to return in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, you all who continue, and you humble me when you tell me how much you appreciate Little Towel, have reduced Towel to near tears with your support for Lindsay. I have never in my life appreciated the fabric of the towel universe as much as I have over the past few hours. Truly, ladies and gentlemen, you have warmed Little Towel's heart. You have made Little Towel smile. And isn't that precious, ladies and gentlemen? Little Towel, with his rosy little cheeks and his little towel hat, just beaming with pride in the ability of his fellow towel friends and washcloths and towelettes and beach towels and hemp towels and paper towels to rise up with a collective voice and say, we don't just watch trials, we support the most vulnerable and the voiceless, and we hearken from our towel trenches in Norman Towel as our peaceful invasion of northern France continues, and we rise with a single voice to say, Lindsay Gattani is heard. She is worthy of support. Ladies and gentlemen, a woman who is a wonderful mother, who loves God, who worships in so many different ways the important principles we reflect on Towel Stream. Ladies and gentlemen, a woman who has just done an immaculate job of raising her family under incredible circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, a woman who will have towel in her corner for the rest of her life and who will bring with him a systemic rising tide of soft power that Miss Gattani, in a benevolent way, will wield to ward off the silencing of her perspective by self-interested forces on all sides of the Turtle Boy and Karen Reed and John O'Keefe chaos. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, us as a united constituent fabric of the towel universe have risen together with a single voice, and we have said, defending the vulnerable is possible. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have shown people a better way is possible today, and whether this be the first of many or otherwise, we may have shown the world that we can come together not to donate to any one person, but to donate in a rotating Vico cyclical recursive fashion a la Vico's framing from Finnegan's Wake. That compassion, love, and honoring the most vulnerable in our society is a principle that endures. It rises to the front of our public discourse, whether it be Lindsay Gattani or any of the other victims in Aidan Kearney's cases or otherwise. We will find people who are voiceless. We will rise together selflessly and support them. And in that way, we will not just say a better world is possible, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels. We will prove with our actions that a better way is possible. So yes, while Towel is hearkening forth the call, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for the sidebar to conclude, we have done wonderful things together, and I am so proud of all of you little towels. Not only are we analyzing cases, not only are we befriending each other, not only are we doing a peaceful invasion of northern France and facilitating the establishment of sustainable towel production in Latin America to protect the petrodollar and ward off the rise of the BRICS, but we are making the most vulnerable feel heard and supported, and that is a priceless gift, something that only a towel universe rooted in selfless compassion can bestow upon the world. And I promise to be an authentic and honorable towel steward of what this towel universe is creating. It is a feeling, friends, a non-temporal experience, an energetic transformation of the principles of soft power within the world itself. Yes, it won't be the age of just the Aquarius and of Aquarius the water bearer rising. It will be the age of Aquarius the water bearer with a towel rising. And today is the first of many opportunities to show that we can do this, towel friends. But yes, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels, as we wait for the Karen Reed trial to return into session, I will post for you one more time. If you really, as Towel goes off to run his quick morning errand, you don't need to donate to me. Anything you send between now and the end of today's stream goes directly to Lindsay Gattani. And I can't tell you how pleased I will be if I get to send even more donations over to Lindsay. And yes, even the donations on Super Chat, I will send them over to Lindsay. I won't even wait for the end of the month. I will take that responsibility and just wait. Ladies and gentlemen, truly look at what you've done to Towel. I'm not just an excited towel. I'm an inspired towel, an impassioned towel. I'm a towel who believes in the goodness of his fellow men, women, towels, washcloths, towelettes, beach towels, hemp towels, paper towels, and otherwise, flannels and soap dispensers and otherwise. You've done it, ladies and gentlemen. You've proven to me there is goodness in the world in spite of the obstacles and pressures and personal dangers. You've shown me and proven that my faith in humanity was not misplaced. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we shall carry forth this towel call as if a clarion message to the world. It is compassion. It is ceaseless acts of toleration and love that will change us all for the better. Back to the coverage of the trial. My name's GrantSmithEllis.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed.
So, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to... There we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms. McCabe, do you need lights on, or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1/29/22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts' interview with the police?
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 756. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole.
To whom?
To me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole?
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new.
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow?
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar?
It is, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked. Just
Okay.
a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you
February
want the top
1st,
one, the
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Byrne?
Please.
Okay. So, yes, that concludes all things. 48.
Oh, good night.
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to Ms. McCabe's statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
If you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. C.F. McCarthy's, yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that
suggesting.
Matt. I think we're all looking to find out what happened, so Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house.
Yes.
This is in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you?
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but it meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for, oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says, to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who is this text from, and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mm-hmm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say, what did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, right?
She was
earlier in the day.
Yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handage with the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No. Sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt McCabe?
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says?
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I'd move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses, in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Carrie Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Carrie Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Miss McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. These are parked. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
And just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. Mm-hmm. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him?
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report?
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours? Okay.
Sustained.
Is that? I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about it?
He just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brenner on your way up.
Take your time. Mr. Brenner is just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification.
Right.
Sorry.
So, Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
L for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Gracie.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Yeah.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe?
Sure.
I am a towel. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I am a towel. I am back with you now. I am back with you, ladies and gentlemen. Bill Reed hangs his head. It is a long day. He can do nothing but hang his head in shame. No, you can't really limit a cross, but Alan Jackson's running out of time here. He was supposed to go for 2 hours. We're coming up on the morning break. Ladies and gentlemen, we have truly, as towels, come to watch a very boring cross that no matter what I did could not make it entertaining or engaging. I'm sorry about that. Alan Jackson has seemingly started to ask Miss McCabe questions about why she went to the bathroom. Yes, we have gone just completely off the rails. But ladies and gentlemen, we also, during the break, have an update about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. They were last seen on a motorcycle somewhere in Dedham. I'm not really sure what they're doing, but if they are going to be Alan Jackson's surprise witness, I will let you know. Why is AJ doing this? I don't know, Modelo Macy. I think he has just gone completely off the rails. But you know what we're doing, friends? If you're just joining the chat, if you've been with us, we are having an all-day support-a-thon for Lindsay Gattani. And yes, towel friends, you don't need to donate to Towel today. I'll make it. I'll survive. It's the beginning of the month. But any donations that come in will go directly to Lindsay Gattani, one of the named victims in the Aiden Turtleboy Kearney case. A wonderful mother, someone who deserves support, someone who needs our help, ladies and gentlemen. Voiceless individuals, just because they don't have influence, should not be left to flounder, and we, as the Towel universe, can come together to help. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a day-long Lindsay Gattani fundraiser-a-thon, and you little towels have made Towel very proud. God bless all of you out there. We're still at sidebar. Will the morning recess be starting? We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know. We sit here, we watch, we simply monitor. Towel Attenborough looking at the Reed family with Esty to the far right. Bill Reed looks intrigued. Miss Reed, the one who blamed Chloe for Chloe Dog, who's actually in a wig dressed as Chewbacca for John's death for no reason, sits next to Mr. Reed. We don't know who the blonde woman is in the middle. And then Esty on the far right of your screen. It was the toilet, ladies and gentlemen. Bailey solved the case. It was the toilet. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in the bathroom with the candlestick alongside Chloe Dog dressed in a wig as Chewbacca did it. Okay, I don't think that actually happened, but you never know. Let's go back into session. My name's GrantSmithEllis. God bless you all. I'll see you for the 11 a.m. recess shortly. I'm a towel.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page?
Yes.
Do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th?
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36, and this page is 5:40.
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lanks.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9.
Yes.
Do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one.
Okay. The same address on
As
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mm-hmm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running?
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast?
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear?
Yes.
Because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Area before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 4 to 6 minutes?
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car kind of just oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house?
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you?
No.
You didn't speak to Nicole?
I don't believe so.
Possible?
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted.
Mm-hmm.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You're denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today?
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my memory. I don't remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
It is.
Do you
I'm about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, we'll see you back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on 15.
Break this way, jurors.
20-minute recess. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. We'll be in recess for about 15 or 20 minutes. Give me 1 second. We won't watch the fan. Towel hates the fan. Well, that was a very very go nowhere cross. And Alan Jackson said he only had 2 hours left, and we're already 2 hours in. He has more. Alan Jackson is terrified of Hank Brennan. Alan Jackson is just going on and on. Alan Jackson spent 45 minutes talking about a toilet, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, what a ridiculous series of events. Yes, I am also missing the point of what Alan Jackson is doing. He is not a towel. Towels at least are cogent, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Jackson is not being very cogent. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a few updates for you. First of all, we have news from Christina, the wonderful, not Christina Rex, the wonderful honorary towel Christina. And Christina has apparently obtained exclusive footage during the break of the Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Now you might be saying, Grant, what are you talking about? Well, I will explain it to you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Alan Jackson's cross strategy for Jen McCabe has been related primarily to asking questions about toilets, asking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, well, that was another witness, and potentially even bringing up Chewbacca. Now, Alan Jackson has not actually brought up Chewbacca, but to just give you the ludicrous nature of this, he did bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And you might be saying, Grant, this is a criminal trial. What are you talking about? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to tell you anymore. Alan Jackson is asking questions about whether the toilet did it. Alan Jackson has been completely outmaneuvered by Jen McCabe. There's nothing really to analyze. It's Alan Jackson asking stupid questions and then Jen McCabe being like, Alan Jackson, you are an idiot. And she's not saying that, but her responses are like, why are we doing this? And then the jury is not taking notes from reports out of the courtroom. It is just an embarrassing scene, ladies and gentlemen. However, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I am a towel. Now, what I'd like to do for you all is we have this breaking update from Christina about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Now, I don't know who thought it was a good idea to give Chewbacca a motorcycle. I don't think Chewbacca should be driving a dinghy. I don't think Chewbacca should be driving a car. And I certainly don't think Chewbacca should be driving a motorcycle. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, you might be saying, Grant, please, how can this possibly be related to the Karen Read trial? And that's my point, fellow towels. The jurors are wondering, why is Alan Jackson asking questions about whether the toilet did it? Why did Alan Jackson ask questions to a first responder about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? I cannot answer these existential questions about the meaning of life for you all, ladies and gentlemen. I wish that I could. I wish I could tell you this is some semblance of legal strategy from Alan Jackson. But no, ladies and gentlemen, the only thing that I can make of this is that, yes, Alan Jackson wants to go up there and say anything, literally anything, to prevent Hank Brennan from being able to do his redirect and then play more devastating videos of Karen Read. And yes, I suppose that is a legal strategy, but if Alan Jackson is going to, definitely not driving a full-size SUV, if Alan Jackson is going, Alan Jackson's not making a point. He's just he's literally using what we call what towels would call the red shiny object defense. Jurors, it was the toilet. Jurors, it was Chewbacca. Jurors, it was the man on the motorcycle who clearly looks like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Jurors, it was the man in the puffy coat. There was no man in a puffy coat, but still Alan Jackson brought up a man in a puffy coat. Now, we know that there is no... Ladies and gentlemen, if a 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man was marauding through the town of Canton at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022, I promise you, there would have been one person, there would have been a call, there would have been a movie made about it. You cannot say that a 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man was somehow responsible for John O'Keefe's death by asking questions to Jen McCabe about a toilet. You see what I'm saying? It makes no sense. There is simply no cohesion to this cross. It is just out the window, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels. We have just gone out the window with Alan Jackson having any semblance of strategy here. He is just stalling. But I have good news. Alan Jackson may not actually be able to pull out his secret Stay Puft Marshmallow Man witness because, according to the venerated honorary towel, Christina, we have an image, a real-time image of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca escaping. Now, you might say, Grant, what are you talking about? Well, listen, if Alan Jackson is going to actually finish this cross strong, there's only one way to do it. You must bring out Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. You must march him Marshmallow Man march him into that courtroom under subpoena. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if Alan Jackson can do that right now. Why? Because this is the latest breaking update about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the news and lay towel legal analysis you come to this feed to watch, as always. Not about analysis of this ridiculous cross of Jen McCabe that's going nowhere, but to see breaking news about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man trying to escape the courthouse to avoid being called as Alan Jackson's surprise witness. Now listen, I saw some other channels out there, ladies and gentlemen, saying it is ridiculous what is going on some of these Karen Read streams. Why do people watch and engage with this? And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, because we do not sit in silence and watch a fan spin on the towel stream. We come up with very erudite, informed, and cogent explications as to why Alan Jackson is asking questions about a toilet on cross. And yes, the primary focal point of the cross of Jen McCabe from Alan Jackson seems to be leading up to a surprise reveal of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man as the impeachment witness we have all been waiting for. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as much as I adore all of you, I simply cannot turn away from these exhilarating moments where Alan Jackson asks about a toilet. Now, I'm not really sure what Alan Jackson's trying to prove here. I think Alan Jackson is mostly, as I said, trying to delay to avoid Hank Brennan playing more devastating clips of Karen Read. But you cannot, ladies and gentlemen, as a formal strategy in a murder trial, stand there for 4 hours and ask questions about toilets, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, puffy jackets, and apparently, although this hasn't actually happened, but I expect it to at this point, Chewbacca. Now, I'm not over-exaggerating here, except for the Chewbacca part. This is literally what we have to analyze, ladies and gentlemen. It is quite literally Alan Jackson going in circles about toilets, and the other day he was talking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and then Alan Jackson on the cross of Jen McCabe reprised the motif, although it was a latent reference, of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man by bringing up a puffy jacket again. And you might be saying, Grant, this all seems extremely irrelevant to whether Karen Read crashed her car while drunk into John O'Keefe at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022 with a blood alcohol level between 0.13 and 0.29. And you might also say, Grant, the jury has seen Karen admitting in in front of them, the jurors, that Karen was too drunk to drive that night, shouldn't have been driving, and et cetera, et cetera. All of this seems to lead us to one inescapable conclusion. Alan Jackson can't address the facts or the evidence, so his only option instead of banging the table is to bang the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh no, I did not mean to say that. Oh no. Angela Whittick, I just saw for the first time the update about your family member. I apologize. I read that comment right as I was saying a ridiculous statement about Alan Jackson and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. It was not on purpose. I had my eyes closed, and I had been waiting all stream, actually, to get an update. My prayers and thoughts are with you and your family, Ange. Even though earlier I didn't see what was going on, know that obviously your fellow towels and washcloths and towelettes and soap dispensers and flannels and paper towels and beach towels are all keeping your family and your family member and yourself in their prayers. And I will say extra prayers as well, Ange. I apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. I had been waiting all stream to get an update from Ange Whittick, and it happened That update happened to occur exactly at the moment where I said a very unfortunate sentence about Alan Jackson and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, do I think that Alan Jackson is going to bang the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? No, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to be clear, there is a limit to what I believe it will actually occur, and Alan Jackson fornicating with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is just not going to happen. Well, one, because the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is 200 feet tall. Hey, Crime Cricket, if you're just joining the stream, I promise we are not talking about whether Alan Jackson may be having a secret love affair with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, because any rational human would say, Grant, we are on the morning recess from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. We are 2 hours into the second part of Alan Jackson's cross of Jen McCabe. It is going nowhere. Why exactly are we talking about whether Mr. Jackson is having a secret affair with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? And now listen, generally, ladies and gentlemen, I try to provide erudite and refined lay towel analysis of courtroom developments, but I do not know how to explain to you Alan Jackson going in circles for 2 hours asking questions about a toilet. Now you might say, Grant, maybe Alan just isn't speaking your language. And I would say to you, towel friend, I appreciate that that's possible, but no, Mr. Jackson is literally going in circles talking about a toilet. And apparently, an hour and 15 minutes of questions about a toilet is what things have devolved to for the Karen Reed defense. Now you can make a very strong argument that a 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man marauding through the town of Canton was actually responsible, instead of Karen Reed, for John O'Keefe's death. You can say that, but I think for a number of reasons the jury's not going to go with Alan Jackson's plan here, if you want my erudite analysis. Number one, other people in Canton would have seen a 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And as we pause for a second, Ange Whittick, yes, on a more serious note, I do want to continue to express my empowerment to you in these moments, and also my prayers to you. And I have to keep my eyes closed because Tal will continue to express that compassion if I continue to read the comments. And I think in these moments of levity, truly, we have to listen to hours more of Alan Jackson now. Hopefully not multiple hours, but it could be, ladies and gentlemen, at this pace. The best way I think we can get through this right now is for me to explain to you why, although Alan Jackson has a right, ladies and gentlemen, to invoke a 200-foot tall Marshmallow Man marauding through the town of Canton as a third-party culprit, I'm trying to explain why using this strategy on cross and talking about toilets of Jen McCabe is really not going to work out for Alan Jackson. Now, the part of my analysis I think is most relevant, really, really relevant here, about as relevant as Alan Jackson's questions on cross, is thus. A 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man walking through Canton, okay? You would see that from the next town over, from Dedham, from Norwood. Ladies and gentlemen, you would be able to see a 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from every surrounding community, not just Canton. Now, you might say, well, okay, if it's really 200 feet tall, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, you would only really see its leg if you were very close to it. So, maybe, you could argue that some people in Canton would have reported a giant, fluffy leg. But the fact that there were my point, which is about as relevant as Alan Jackson's cross, is the fact that there were no reports in Canton on the late night and early morning of January 29, 2022, when Karen Reed is alleged to have struck John O'Keefe with her car while drunk driving at 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right at precisely 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds that morning, while Karen had a BAC between 0.13 and 0.29, which is 2 to 4 times the legal limit. Okay, if there was a 200-foot tall Marshmallow Man marauding around Canton at that time, allow me to be the first to say, ladies and gentlemen, you would have gotten reports, which we have none of in the evidentiary record, I've read it all, of a giant, at least a leg, from people in Canton. If you have a 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, okay, its leg has to be 100 feet tall. Okay, that's how the proportions of giant marshmallow men work. I read about it in a Leonardo da Vinci book. It was called the Vitruvian Marshmallow. No. Yes, God bless you, Ange. But now listen. Even if no one in Canton understood why there was an 100-foot marshmallow leg, okay, say nobody. No, thank you, Ange. No, say nobody in Canton understood what this 100-foot tall marshmallow leg was. Someone in the surrounding communities would have called 911 and said, listen, it's not a movie. I looked out my window and there is a 200-foot tall marshmallow man. Now, I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, having done an extensive review of the evidentiary record, there is no such call. Now, you know what we're going to talk about at lunch, ladies and gentlemen? Switching gears a little bit here, pulling in Alan Jackson, just rotating randomly between subjects with no cohesion and just being a towel. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that in April of 2023, right around when Aidan Kearney got hooked up with Karen Reed's defense through an intermediary named Natalie for the first time, about what Aidan Kearney hooked up with Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, not literally, like figuratively. They got connected, you know. But to each their own. Listen, they can do whatever the hell they want. Towel doesn't judge, you know. More power to them. But anyway, seriously. But at the same time, so they get connected to Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. Reed's lawyers get connected to Aidan Kearney by this woman named Natalie. On April 21st, one day before Alan and David Yannetti speak to Aidan Kearney for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, would you like to see what happened? Would you like to see what Little Towel discovered? Little Towel uncovered that someone did a federal FOIA on Mr. Kearney. And ladies and gentlemen, what are the implications of an April 21st, 2023 federal FOIA about Aidan Kearney? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think Mr. Alan Jackson and Mr. David Yannetti were going to link Aidan Kearney up with the feds to use Kearney's coverage of the Reed case to generate tips about the Mass State Police as part of a pretextual federal probe into John's death, which is now confirmed as closed. And ladies and gentlemen, you might say, Grant, that is absolutely outrageous. No, it is not. I have proof, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for court to come back into session. I have proof. That is a marshmallow man on a boat with Chewbacca. That is not the proof. Allow me to just be clear. That is not the proof. That is a marshmallow man and a Chewbacca on a dinghy. But, stay with me. I do have the proof I was talking about. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it. It is proof that there was a FOIA just one day before Aidan Kearney got hooked up with Karen Reed's lawyers. A federal FOIA 1590150, April 21st, 2023. Is this whoever submitted that FOIA? By the way, Towel Friends, did you know you can submit a FOIA to the FBI asking who submitted FOIA 1590150 on April 21st, 2023 about Aidan Kearney? Did you know you can ask? What if, ladies and gentlemen, the submitter of that FOIA is Alan Jackson? What if, read this thing above. A check of the text messages from Natalie's phone reveals several instances where it appears Kearney communicated directly with attorneys Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. The first being on April 22nd, 2023. Natalie sends Kearney a message. Did you talk to Alan Jackson today? And Kearney responded, just saw his text, gonna call him in a bit. On May 2nd, Natalie sent Kearney, God bless you, Crime Cricket, for supporting Lindsay. On May 2nd, Natalie sent Kearney the message, Colin has a lawyer, ask Yannetti about it. On May 5th, Natalie sent Kearney the message, quoting Karen, tell Turtle Boy from me, Karen Reed, be strong, Aidan. go down for a day, but wake up and keep fighting tomorrow. Please call Alan Jackson and spitball your issues with him if you want to. And quote from Karen to Aiden, nothing gives you a shot in the arm like talking to Alan Jackson. Natalie later asked, did you call him? And Kearney replies, just did. Ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Kearney was facing an investigation unrelated to the Reed case for wiretapping a victim out of Rhode Island at that time. Samuel Weiner, an FBI agent out of the Worcester field office, allegedly directly intervened in that case in the days and weeks after this series of events starting in April of 2023. Is this federal FOIA the attempt by Alan Jackson and David Yannetti to screen Aiden Kearney before they brought him in to do work as a confidential federal informant? And was the attention paid to the Karen Reed case over the summer of 2023 actually an artificial honeypot, much like Steve Miller in Buffalo Gym in Las Vegas in the early 2000s, where Steve Miller, a journalist, got artificial attention to his blogs in order to generate tips and leads for the FBI? Ladies and gentlemen, might this be the confirmation that for at least a period between April of 2023 and the fall or winter of 2023, Aiden Kearney was a confidential federal informant? Ladies and gentlemen, is that what we might be just about to discover? I think this FOIA could be the key. And ladies and gentlemen, Josh Levy, the former U.S. attorney who was overseeing the now confirmed disclosed federal probe into John's death, is now suing President Trump on behalf of Harvard. Ladies and gentlemen, if that old DOJ in Boston colluded with Karen's defense, if they facilitated Reed witnesses violating federal and state court orders, if Josh Levy or Rachel Rollins had a grudge against the Norfolk DA, if Rachel Rollins got forced out of office in the spring of 2023 for launching a pretextual probe into a political enemy after her ally Ricardo Arroyo lost a primary for the Suffolk DA seat, if Rachel Rollins and Dustin Chow, another line prosecutor in what's called the public integrity section of the Boston DOJ, had a dual motive because of grudges dating back years to target the Norfolk DA. Is that the reason why Aiden Kearney potentially became a federal informant over the summer of 2023 with the help of Alan Jackson and David Yannetti and Karen Reed? And ladies and gentlemen, if that's true, did the FBI make that wiretapping investigation go away? Have we stumbled upon the actual corruption in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case? Was it Karen Reed, her lawyers, Aiden Kearney, and the old DOJ working to weaponize Kearney and give him cover and allow him to allegedly, potentially get away with crimes in order to generate tips about the state police that eventually uncovered Sandra Birchmore's murder? Ladies and gentlemen, have we put it all together? And does the fact that Levy, after being replaced as U.S. Attorney by Leah Foley, going on to sue President Trump, have anything to do with the fact that U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, when she came into office in January of 2025, confirmed that the federal probe was over into John's death, released information to Hank Brennan through a TUI request, U.S. XRL TUI v. Reagan, 1985, as interpreted by Section 25 of the DOJ Operations and Sections Manual, which is itself an interpretation of 28 U.S. CFR 126.000. Ladies and gentlemen, did U.S. Attorney Leah Foley expose the contacts and communications between Reed's team and experts from ARCA that was part of that pretextual probe? Is that why this tension could lead to a formal federal probe into Levy's actions, Rollins' actions, Yannetti's actions, Turtle Boy's actions, the potential use of Turtle Boy as an informant? And is this single FOIA from April 21st of 2023, in particular if it was sent by a member of Reed's defense team, the single key that puts everything together? Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. And look at the other FOIAs from later in the fall of 2023. Someone forwarded the FBI about William Reed and Alan Jackson. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe in the fall of 2023, starting in August, a federal probe opened into the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. I believe that although there was nothing untoward about the investigation of Karen Reed as to killing John O'Keefe, and I believe Karen Reed was responsible for killing John O'Keefe, and I believe that's why the federal probe is closed. I also think that probe stumbled onto the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by the same MSP unit who investigated Karen. And that's why through the fall of 2023, I think the MSP themselves started trying to figure out what the federal probe was about. Not because they thought it was about John's death, but because they figured out it was into the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder from 2021. It was, of course, former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell who was alleged to have killed Sandra and Birchmore. And the Canton police, within 48 hours, got evidence to the state police unit detailed to the Norfolk DA that Farwell was at Sandra's apartment on Friday, February 1st, 2021 at 9 p.m., 9:23 p.m. or so, the time of her murder. And ladies and gentlemen, the Canton PD got to the state police evidence that Sandra had told, that people at Sandra's school where she worked knew that she was pregnant, that Farwell had been saying he wanted Sandra to get rid of the baby, and if she didn't, he would take care of the problem. And yet somehow, ladies and gentlemen, after the Canton PD turned that information over on February 6, 2021 to the state police unit detailed to the Norfolk DA found Sandra's murder to be the result of self-harm. And ladies and gentlemen, 2 troopers on that unit used to work in Stoughton with Matthew Farwell. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've figured it out. This is a modern black mass. This is what the story Truman Capote would have told if he was honest and in cold blood. Instead, you have to read And Every Word Is True to find out about how that case was actually a political assassination. Ladies and gentlemen, we put it together. Towell's cohesive theory of the federal, now confirmed as closed federal probe into John's death and how it brought about the probe into Sandra's murder has been fully put together. And you heard it in real time, ladies and gentlemen. Mark my words, I believe Aidan Kearney in time will be confirmed to have been a federal informant over that period, April through late April 2023 through late April 2023. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that as a Towell, I assert under my God, I would assert under oath that these are my beliefs, true and whole. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. We've put it together. We have solved the puzzle, and it all was because of Turtle Boy Exposed, an account on X you should follow, managing to locate this FOIA, which sent Towell into a 659-page document. And then I went into the rabbit hole and found the William Reed FOIA and the Alan Jackson FOIA, and I put the timeline together. Ladies and gentlemen, the state police figured out in the fall of 2023 that the investigation wasn't into John's death, it was into Sandra, and they started panicking. And that is why Lindsay Gattani, who inadvertently was the first person to confirm that Karen Reed had this cozy relationship with the former DOJ under Josh Levy and Dustin Chow and Rollins, that is why Lindsay Gattani got victimized. And to tie it all together, today is a full-day fundraiser for Lindsay Gattani. Lindsay Gattani, who got the messages confirming Karen Reed's direct shady relationship with Josh Levy because Turtle Boy leaked them to Lindsay. Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay then you can tell Lindsay became part of a proxy war. She was victimized, a ping pong ball between the feds trying to investigate Sandra's cover-up and the state police trying to find out what the feds were investigating. And I believe when the state police came to find out that Lindsay didn't know anything about the Sandra Birchmore probe, they threw her to the wind. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, in April of 2024, Brian Tully, a state police officer involved in the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy cases, personally took a 15-year unredacted production of Lindsay's cell phone with intimate memories of family moments and leaked it to Aidan Kearney. The only thing removed from that extraction of Lindsay's cell phone in state police custody was messages from Kate Peter to Lindsay and from Brian Tully to Lindsay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the tale of sordid, overlapping, concentric social circles of influence which have come to be to threaten the very integrity and foundation of our justice system. And that's why, if you want to give Lindsay Gattani, a vulnerable, voiceless human, a chance to fight back against these systemic forces and get justice for herself and her family, I'm begging you, please send her support, good wishes, or otherwise today. Every donation raised on the stream today will go to Lindsay until the end of the stream. I won't even wait till the end of the month. I'll find a way and I'll just give it to her now if you send it on YouTube. If you send it on the Venmo or the Cashapp or the PayPal, it will also go right to her. She already got some of the donations from earlier and nearly broke down in tears. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do this. We can, instead of building a soft power world order based on expanding, demonstrating, and preserving influence, we can build a soft power world order based on preserving, demonstrating, and expanding small acts of service and universal love for our fellow towels and humans. And today is the first of many. Yes, you can also like the stream. You can subscribe to the channel. But really, towel friends, what matters to me, what would enlighten and brighten's not a word, brighten Towels Day is during this recess if you would send a donation to Lindsay either through Towel or through the Give Send Go link in the description or through a super chat or any way you want to contribute. Let's show the world a better way is possible, no matter how much power a systemic institution may have, no matter how much power various forces in a case may have. We will engender the standing and the voice of the vulnerable and the unheard together and form a fabric of the towel universe that truly is something of which to be proud. We won't just invade northern France peacefully and find a homeland in Norman towel for the towels. No, we won't just build industrial towel production to facilitate intercontinental cooperation within the Americas in order to protect the petrodollar and ward off the rise of the BRICS. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will go one step further and we will facilitate benevolent towel influence over our systems of government and justice, such as to protect, uplift, and engender the standing of the most vulnerable and the voiceless in our world. It is a glorious, grandiose mission, ladies and gentlemen, but I believe the towel friends can rise to the moment. And although the 11 a.m. break has now gone 30 minutes, and although towel has gone beyond Howard Cosell towel and is now some kind of, I don't even know what this is. We're going to have to figure out some kind of analogy for whatever it is towel is doing now. I have transmutated into my next anthropomorphic towel form, and I am preaching to you the gospel of towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you towel disciples, in a benevolent, non-idolatrous way, based solely on the principle of universal love and compassion, shall go forth and spread this message through acts of service or kindness or otherwise, and in that way, the age of Aquarius, not just the age of Aquarius the water bearer, will become the age of Aquarius the water bearer with towels. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have talked for as long as I can. We were supposed to be back in session 15 minutes ago. Thank you, Crime Cricket. God bless you. I'm such a towel. I think did we have a good time over the break? Did you even notice that was 20 minutes? You don't have to sit there and listen to, or watch the fan with no sound. You can chat with your fellow towels and get very interesting, erudite explications about a principle of universal love as embodied in support for the voiceless and vulnerable. Could you want anything more, ladies and gentlemen? Now, we may have started there with a little bit of a digression into the Chewbacca and Marshmallow Man situation. And towel may need to not yell all the time, but I'm having a wonderful day with you all. Yes, towel friends, we have united, whether we're from Sheffield United, whether we're soap dispensers or flannels, we have united to rise with a single voice and say, we will somehow overturn the world order in the pursuit of a fairer, better, more just world. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be so kind, if you want to uplift Lindsay Gattani, if you want to celebrate along with your fellow towels, join in on the donation parade. Every single dollar raised, I was originally going to do it just till lunch. Forget it. Lindsay is worth it. The Towel Friends have shown so much wonderful support to each other and for Lindsay. Today, instead of donation reads, if you enjoy this public information service, if you want to say thank you to Towel, you don't have to send me donations. I don't want you to. Even if you tried to send me donations today, that's not a good idea. I'm just going to give it to Lindsay. What would make me a truly humbled, what would make me a truly uplifted Towel is if you all would be so kind as to pass along donations today for Lindsay. Every dollar will brighten her heart and maybe even bring a smile to her face. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I will do everything in my power to live up to the standards of a Towel that you all have come to expect from me. And I will ensure that these individuals, such as Lindsay, not just today, not just tomorrow, but every day, are the center of our public juridical discussion. And yes, only in that way can we have a truly authentic form of representative government. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you listening to me continue to preach and extol the value of uplifting the voices of the vulnerable. As we wait for Karen Reed's retrial to come back into session, we are 37 minutes overdue. I am an extremely tired Towel. I haven't even gotten lunch. Don't worry about me. If you're thinking I would love to support Grant, I would love to support this public information service. I think Lord Reed's vision for the British Broadcasting Corporation to educate, inform, and entertain the public, such as to engender, coach, and public discourse and ward off insidious usurpation of our forms of government, our liberal representative forms of government. If you want to say thank you, today is the day, ladies and gentlemen. Not for me. I will figure it out. I will not eat Burger King so Murder by Maestro doesn't hear that I'm eating sugar again. Ladies and gentlemen, for Lindsay, because Lindsay needs our support. Lindsay has fought on her own for so long. It is time for the Towel fabric of the universe to come together, form a blanket, and say to Miss Gattani, you are not alone. You are wrapped in the fluffiest, the most fluffiest possible, most welcoming, most embracing towel fabric that exists. That being the manifold influence of the Towel Friends. Oh, God bless you, Jew Drops. Jew Drops, you are truly, not only is Jew Drops one of the most wonderful possible towelettes, not only did Jew Drops get towelettes mentioned in testimony of the Reed trial about Karen being drunk when she hit John O'Keefe with her car, allegedly, but Jew Drops is the first and last person on almost every stream. And yes, well, we have a wonderful camaraderie around here. How can we not pause to honor, how can we do anything but pause to honor Jew Drops in this moment and praise Jew Drops for the wonderful human that Jew Drops is, both in their life away from this screen, both with Jew Drops' wonderful dogs, the girls, and also with Jew Drops' Towel Friends. Jew Drops' support of Lindsay only cements Jew Drops as a truly heroic figure in the Towel universe, and I will forever be appreciative of Jew Drops for that reason. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are not yet back in session. Although the fan is spinning, it doth spin round over and over and over. The Karen Cam is not yet back in session, which means we are not yet back in session. I talked for 40 minutes. I hope I kept you entertained. There's no such thing as dead air on Towel Stream unless I'm getting lunch. And I will say, I'm going to, over the next hour and 20 minutes before we go into lunch at 1 p.m., I am going to get some lunch so that during the 1 p.m. hour, I can talk with you all again. But yes, remember, Towel Friends, around all of you Towel Friends, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Zimbabwe, the UK, Canada, Australia, South Africa. I'm pretty sure we had some people in the Balkans. I may have mentioned them. In Europe, in Latin America, Entiendo Español, creo que todas las personas que pueden mirar este programa es muy importante. Somos unos toallas, es la verdad, claro que sí. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are a truly expansive, welcoming, and embracing towel fold. God bless you, LA Connection. I truly hope you enjoyed the extended soliloquy over what was supposed to be a 20-minute break that turned into a 40-minute break. Maybe Judge Cannone was thinking, wow, this towel is speaking extemporaneously and extolling the virtues of justice and uplifting Lindsay's voice. I want to listen to this towel. God bless you, LA Connection. Truly, every dollar raised, friends, today we are raising for Lindsay Gattani. I will control all $83.91 so far on the YouTube going directly to Lindsay. I won't even wait for the end of the month. I'll just take it out of my pocket and donate it to her. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all inspiring Towel to do more. I know that you think I do a lot already. I can do more. I can produce the output of 7,000 towels. I will rise into my final towel form. I will not be a 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, but I will become a towel that, through its constituent towel universe and its fluffy nature, can embrace the world over. A unified vision, a cohesive world, a system built on love and towels. Truly, there is nothing more appropriate as we go into minute 45 almost of the recess that was supposed to be 20 minutes than extolling our shared love for towels and assisting and uplifting the most vulnerable. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, imagine a world away from you in a small town in Massachusetts, a single mother with 4 children that she loves so dearly, feeling the warmth, love, and embrace of towel friends from continents far and wide. You, non-temporally, in an energetic way that reflects everything this new age can possibly be, are uplifting the spirits of the most vulnerable. And that, isolated in that apartment, wherever it may be, Miss Gattani's spirits with every donation, I am sure, continue to go up. And in that way, we reflect the ethos of the towel people. Anthropomorphic though we may be, destitute and void of a homeland still to this day, the negotiations with northern France are progressing slowly for the peaceful proclamation of a towel homeland in Norman Towel. But the towel people rise with a collective voice and an expression of their non-temporal energetic powers and bestow upon Lindsay Gattani the feeling of support which can get people through even the most difficult of moments. And truly, towel friends, as you lay your head to bed at night, is there anything more reassuring? Forget the money, forget the food, forget the trips. Is there anything more reassuring than knowing that you have supported, uplifted, and brought a smile to the face of someone who is fighting so hard and feels so alone? No, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing greater. There is no greater act of service in our modern world. And we are going to isolate that energy and that support directly into Lindsay Gattani's apartment, and her life for today, if only, will be one that is embraced with the support of a towel community, ladies and gentlemen, that spans the globe. Yes, it is a beautiful thing, my friends, my beautiful, beautiful towel friends. I don't know how I go on soliloquies of this nature. It must be because I am channeling something bigger than myself in the service of others. I try not to think too highly of myself when I'm able to do this, and I try not to get myself too down when I can't. It is simply what you all need to hear at this moment. And so take the call. Hearken forth, my towel friends, and spread this message of uplifting the vulnerable, making them feel supported, and doing small acts of service while embracing universal love that may well, from a perspective not from 6 degrees of Chewbacca, but from 6 degrees of authentic self-service, actually change this planet for the better. And I know that it will be through the power of towels that is able to occur. Switching gears, if Karen is found guilty, I think she'll do between 12 and 20, out in 7 with good time. But she'll be on probation for a while. AJ is not doing a very good job on cross, that's true. That is true. Oh, goodness, 45 minutes of break. What is happening? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to send some of the towels out into the social media universe. Can we please figure out why Alan Jackson is making us wait 45 minutes when it was supposed to be 20 minutes? I want to blame Alan Jackson. Oh no. Oh no. Is this because they found the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? I knew a surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, I knew a surprise was coming. I did my best to brace you all for this. I said it is possible Alan Jackson found a 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man riding a motorcycle with Chewbacca and Dedham. It was an extremely long and convoluted chase. Jackson had to commandeer an F-16 from Otis Air Force Base, which is now called Joint Base Cape Cod. Alan Jackson had to fly all the way out to the Pacific Ocean, interdict Chewie and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, who were riding a dinghy for some reason. I really don't understand. I'm glad you're a towel, Modelo Macy. Can any of you please help me understand why Alan Jackson and, why Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man were on a dinghy? I don't get, how are you supposed to get from San Diego to Fiji on that? Listen, it is beyond me. I have given up, ladies and gentlemen, on understanding where Alan Jackson is going with this. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where we are at. Somehow, oh, sorry, you can't see the F-16. That's a very important part of the image. Do you see Mr. Jackson in the F-16? He was doing this right before the cross of Jen McCabe started. Alan Jackson had to interdict a dinghy with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca, who has a captain's hat. And only by doing so, ladies and gentlemen, somehow was Mr. Jackson able to get the chase onto the roads of Dedham. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you will see on your screen, somehow Chewbacca got a motorcycle. I don't think Chewbacca should ever be given a motorcycle. And not to mention, if he's trying to carry the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man without a sidecar. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, there is going to be a lot of breaks. It looks like we are moving very slow. Alan Jackson does not want these videos played. The only explanation I have for you, Lucy, is that Alan Jackson located the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and they couldn't fit him in the courtroom. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. When the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is 200 feet tall, first of all, I just want to revisit this dinghy issue, okay? As we're 30 minutes over our allotted break, I just want to revisit this dinghy issue. Explain to me, even if you are buoyant, how is a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and a Chewbacca supposed to traverse the Pacific Ocean in that? I mean, listen, I sound a little bit incredulous, but that is not a seafaring vessel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to come back into session. I did it. I talked for 50 minutes. God bless us all. See you soon, fellow towels. I'm going to eat. I'll be back with you at 1 p.m. for lunch. I'm a towel. Get Marshmallow Man out of the Boston Harbor. We are not liberating the America again with marshmallows. No, absolutely not. Do not give Alan Jackson any ideas. He'll start a revolution. He will use the Marshmallow Man to fund his revolution. All right, give me a second, ladies and gentlemen.
Of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records, or?
No, not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call? Time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around...
Without looking, so this is, again, you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Easy.
Excuse me?
I only object in form. I don't object to the record.
All right.
Sorry.
So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just...
I'm being told that there's no objection
Fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from it.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I appreciate
Is that the nature
that.
of the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
I don't, am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you on?
Yes.
wait, this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there?
Yes.
In your home as well?
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include, those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went. And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct.
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview?
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, if Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023, that would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, towel here. We have not yet, ladies and gentlemen, gotten towel lunch, which means we watched The Fan together. God bless you, Crime Cricket. God bless you, every single person who has been contributing to the whirlwind towel stream of donations for Lindsay Gattani. Every single dollar, whether you send it through Cashapp at GrantSmithEllis, whether you send it through Towel Super Chats, whether you send it through Venmo at GrantE1, it will go directly to Lindsay. Yes, the Cash App is at GrantSmithEllis with a money sign in front of it. Every dollar on today's stream, I truly am honored to call you all towel friends. God bless you in so many ways. And ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce we're at $103.90 towards donations on the YouTube alone. So many towel friends coming together to support Lindsay Gattani's fight for justice against Turtle Boy. A woman, Lindsay Gattani, who is an honorable mother, who believes in God, who is a true super towel, a true wonderful, wonderful mother to her children, who needs our support so we can prove to Lindsay that there are people around the world, Zimbabwe, the UK, South Africa, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Australia, Latin America, the Americas or otherwise, who are willing to support a wonderful human being and show Lindsay that no systemic powers, the state police, the Norfolk DA, the USDOJ under Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, or otherwise, or Turtle Boy can stop the towel universe from giving a voice to the vulnerable. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a beautiful thing. Okay, so as we wait for this extended sidebar before Jen McCabe's cross continues, which is getting quite, the jury is definitely not enjoying this. Alan Jackson's going nowhere. It is not proving very much, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a difficult day for Alan Jackson. But in terms of towel friends, we are watching for this sidebar to end, which it is now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get my towel lunch. I'm going to leave the donation information one more time. God bless you for helping Lindsay. You've changed everything about Towels Day. You've made me a happy towel, not just an incredulous towel. God bless you all. I'll see you at the next break. I tried to bring us back. There we go.
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth Proctor prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this
my
has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between...
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown?
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page. At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You've previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once. 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs? Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct.
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID. Or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it.
Well, how often make phone calls?
Every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages. Oh, right. Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe I accidentally hit the last thing, the last call, like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call. I'm sorry, for 7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about?
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home then?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened.
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my head.
You certainly recall that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask you that.
And those were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? Yes. I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally?
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find a record that I did not make a reaction. Fine. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar. We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of the column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel at sidebar.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm here with you. We're monitoring, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson did not do well there. Oh, my word. And I have my towel lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, you have made towel, even though this is a laborious cross and I don't like Alan Jackson, you have made towel just the most ecstatic human being. I got grilled chicken for lunch. I actually got some money myself today unrelated to your donations for Lindsay, and I got grilled chicken. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing better than grilled chicken. And you might be saying, sir, this is a stream about a criminal trial. Why are you talking about grilled chicken? Well, ladies and gentlemen, because I am hungry. Hi, New Hampshire Canna patient. I didn't know you were an honorary towel. Welcome to the towel fold. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone say hello to New Hampshire Canna patient. New Hampshire Canna patient is a wonderful advocate up in New Hampshire for medical patients and the disabled. God bless you, New Hampshire Canna patient. By the way, New Hampshire Canna patient, welcome to the towel stream, as I said earlier, and thank you so much for saying hello and asking for me what I ate for lunch, which is grilled chicken. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Towel did not go to Burger King for the first time. Towel had enough money, and Towel got, oh, you can't see it. It's grilled chicken, rice, and potatoes. Enjoy the rest of this afternoon. I will see you at 1 o'clock for lunch when I'm done with my lunch. I'm a Towel. Don't forget to donate for Lindsay Catani. Towel loves you all.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Okay. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay. Now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoss Long to die in cold. Is that right?
Yes, after we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hoss Long to die in cold. How long T.I. die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you, to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? Or
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like that.
So in the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of this.
And that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia. Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She ever told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement? Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement? Yes.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Gentlemen, this is not going well. This is not going well for Alan Jackson. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Alan Jackson just allowed Jen McCabe to confirm over and over and over again that she Googled how long to die in cold at Karen Reed's request at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Now, I appreciate you towel friends sticking with me. We are at a sidebar. A sidebar, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and we are eagerly watching to see Jen McCabe's excellent responses on cross. Ladies and gentlemen, I have astounding news for you. Towel talks to a bunch of different people across the Justice for John O'Keefe side, the Free Karen Reed side. Towel is just an amicable person as long as people are generally nice. Ladies and gentlemen, all sides are saying Jen McCabe is doing wonderful. Much better tone than the first time on Karen Reed, of the first Karen Reed trial. Even people who support Karen Reed, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot believe this. The actual perception is that Jen McCabe, her tone, her demeanor, her composure under Alan Jackson's cross is incredible and stellar. Even people who think Jen McCabe maybe, there's something about this whole friend group that was a little weird, but it didn't have to do with John's death. Even if people think that about Jen McCabe, Folks, this is a wonderful performance. Alan Jackson, on the other hand, is doing terrible. My name is, by the way, Grant Smith, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towell, SmithEllis. There were 2 Smiths in there. That's okay. If you're wondering what we're doing, the sidebar is about to end. Don't forget, today's stream is in honor of Lindsay Gattani, and I get to say that every single time because it is for other people in a noble act of service. Donate, support, be a wonderful towel, like the stream. I'll see you at 1 p.m. for lunch break. I'm a towel.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the 2 of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She was sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise.
What's your last name?
Galvin.
Is she here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Miss Roberts several times about this case.
Yes.
And about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms. McCabe,
need... It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
So you're the only person saying that, though?
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the 3 searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you deny...
I never did that. I deny it, yes.
That you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, the female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court's permission, one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed, and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not?
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Miss Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer, possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers, yes. I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High-intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend"?
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going
"This
to
is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John?
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't
help
say,
there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no, do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you were first responders?
No.
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. Mm-hmm. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You were staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either?
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Carrie Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked the 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Inspector?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, luncheon break. Let's take 40, 45.
Okay, 45-minute luncheon break. Towel friends. Jen McCabe just dominated Alan Jackson to end that cross. Oh, my word, towel friends. Well done, Jen McCabe. My name's GrantSmithEllis, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, what an excellent job by Jen McCabe. Let's re-watch that last question for the towel friends as we... Oh, it's the Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man on a dinghy. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that picture makes Towel so happy. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca on a dinghy. Okay, now, give me 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, let us re-watch those final moments. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I'm a towel. And I'm thrilled to have you with me as we go into the luncheon break for day 8 of presentation of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial evidence. And Jen McCabe's cross from Alan Jackson ends with a bombshell, not from Alan, from Jen. The perfect answer at the end of the cross. Ladies and gentlemen, towels in the chat for Jen McCabe. Towels in the chat for Jen McCabe. Truly, ladies and gentlemen, it is a wall of towels for Jen McCabe's performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Jen McCabe has outwitted, outmatched, out-rhetorically flourished, and otherwise Alan the Marshmallow Man Jackson. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, slowly but surely, it will become a wall of towels in the chat in honor of Jen McCabe. Now, my dear towel friends, there it is. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the towels go marching on. The towels, they are on the march in honor of Jen McCabe. Yes, we shall take over Norman Towel peacefully, and we shall plant the flag of the towel people. We shall say Jen McCabe did excellent on cross, and Lindsay Gattani is a super towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson has just been decimated by a suburban housewife. Truly, the $12,007,000 whatever dollar defense for Karen Reed has crumbled to ashes. Karen's seaport bunker riddled with the flak of Hank Brennan and now Jen McCabe's artillery. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, General McCabe's expeditionary force comes through France, and General Brennan comes from the other side of the seaport. I don't think France is actually next to the seaport. Don't worry about that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the artillery cannons come flying through the night, and the shells strike Karen's imperiled bunker, leaving craters and family members left only to drink the last of the Tito's as the ship sinks. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I mixed the metaphor and we started referring to a bunker as a ship, but that is just the price we pay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us rewatch those moments together as towels of Jen McCabe just decimating Alan Jackson's hopes and dreams. Alan Jackson just humiliated by the one, the only Jen McCabe. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels. Allow me to bring the moments up for you now. Hold on, fellow towels. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We are on a 45-minute luncheon break, and as we are on that luncheon break, fellow towels, we are going to watch Jen McCabe's flourish at the end of her cross by Alan Jackson. And yes, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and maybe I don't need to use my strained intonation as if it were the end of a football or horse racing match of some kind for every single moment of the stream. And I'm going to work on that. I can have all different types of intonations. If you all would like me to use various types of intonations, we can talk about that together. I'll figure out what type of anthropomorphic towel I should be today. Maybe I will shift to David Attenborough towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we must observe the Karen in her natural habitat. We must speak in a low voice, such as to avoid the Karen potentially being startled and running from the habitat. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting us ready to watch the brilliant end of Jen McCabe's cross. Yes, that is what towels do, ladies and gentlemen. We rewatch moments of flourish together as towels do, and I will sit right alongside you. Now give me 1 second. Oh, goodness, what boring 4 hours with Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson crossed Jen McCabe for 6 hours and went absolutely nowhere and bored the entire universe. Not just the towel universe, but truly even things outside the towel universe. I don't know if anything is actually outside the towel universe, but if that thing exists, Alan Jackson bored them. But yes, ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, we are now on a break for about another 30 minutes. The luncheon recess, as Judge Cannoni so fondly refers to it. And I, my fellow towels, will now watch with you the moments that it all crescendoed to. 6 hours of toilets and Chewbacca's and Stay Puft Marshmallow Mans, and Alan Jackson only spent 5 minutes on the Google search at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. And ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels, Alan Jackson is done with his cross. That means Hank Brennan redirects, then we get a recross. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Jen McCabe may well testify for a full 12 to 8 hours before this is all over. I hope, little towels, that you are ready for Hank Brennan's redirect, which will absolutely be fantastic. But before we get there, my dear, dear towels, washcloths, towelettes, soap dispensers, flannels, and otherwise, we must cue up the the clip for the towel friends, so allow us to turn the volume on and watch together until I get the moment. I am a towel. Yes, you are watching a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel comment on the luncheon recess of a criminal court case. And truly, friends, could you ask for anything more from your Friday? Now, I would never be mocking Alan Jackson's intonation with my intonation. I would never do such a thing.
Asked me to take over compressions, so I felt like that was more important, and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going. Crying she hit him. I didn't.
Answering the phone.
Okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. That they're okay?
I had no.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? The phone, not once, but twice. Correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It is time for the towel clip. Get ready. If you want to be in the towel clip, now is your moment. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, the moment you've all been waiting for. You get to be in the lunchtime towel summary clip. All of your comments shall be on the screen. You towel friends taking the place of honor above Karen's head and Jen McCabe's head. 1 second. 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, my name is GrantSmithEllis. It is luncheon recess of day 8 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. And ladies and gentlemen, after 6 hours or so of cross-examination, Jen McCabe has just taken Alan Jackson out to lunch and said, "Thank you, goodbye." It was truly a moment. Alan Jackson went in circles for hours talking about toilets and I think a puffy jacket that may have been an allusion to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we got this clip. Let's watch Jen McCabe as Alan Jackson ended his 6-hour cross with a whimper before the luncheon recess. Just stand firm with the conviction Miss McCabe demonstrated throughout her testimony, indicating that Karen Reed confessed to hitting John O'Keefe multiple times at the scene of John's death, that McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. that morning at Karen Reed's request at the scene, and that, ladies and gentlemen, it was Alan Jackson himself who looked the fool in light of McCabe's composed, brilliant responses. Let's watch the end, 6 hours in, as Miss McCabe just decimates what little self-esteem and relevance Alan the Marshmallow Man Jackson himself had left.
A severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Ms. McCabe?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, luncheon break.
Ladies and gentlemen, you saw it firsthand. Jen McCabe had Alan Jackson end his cross by confirming, in McCabe's own words, that she eventually found out Karen Reed allegedly struck John O'Keefe with Karen's Lexus at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022, with a blood alcohol level between 0.13 and 0.29, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, while pushing 75% on the accelerator, having her Lexus go 24.2 miles an hour in reverse, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.7-degree steering wheel correction to the right. Thereupon striking John O'Keefe, allegedly causing John to hit the ground, suffer a traumatic brain injury, and then, based on reddening of John's pancreas and the medical evidence, John succumbed to hypothermia as a result of Karen leaving John to die on that lawn. Ladies and gentlemen, Jen McCabe just owned Alan Jackson's soul. That is not how you end a cross, folks. As a lawyer, as a human, if your cross ends that way, the witness has won. And it wasn't just one moment that Jen McCabe prevailed over Alan Jackson in this cosmic towel-based chess match. Ladies and gentlemen, it was every moment of the cross. Alan Jackson would try to impeach McCabe by saying, "Do you recall this piece of notes that a police officer wrote about your statements?" And McCabe would say, "I not only don't remember, not only do I not know what the police officer wrote, but regardless of what he wrote, this is what I said." And by saying McCabe would not have a recollection refreshed by looking at those notes, she cut off Jackson's ability to weaponize that out of context information. Brilliant, brilliant, ladies and gentlemen, simply brilliant. By Jen McCabe. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We are on lunch and recess until about 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Tune in on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join us for the lunch and recess, friends. Join us as Hank Brennan does his redirect at the top of the at 1:45 p.m. and then Alan Jackson does his futile recross. Then, the moment we've all been waiting for, Hank Brennan will play clips showing that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were in an argument because Karen heard a name of John O'Keefe's old girlfriend from decades ago on the drive over to Fairview Road before Karen and John arrived at 12:24 a.m. that morning, and then sat parked, according to Karen's own words to first responders, arguing in the car between 12:24 and 12:31, whereupon John got out of the car, and then at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022, Karen Reed is alleged to have backed that 2,000-pound Lexus SUV into John, leaving John to die in the snow, incapacitated from a head injury, and buried in a blizzard, therein succumbing to hypothermia as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a horrifying presentation of evidence, and it's only going to get worse. We could have jurors go home for the week. The last thing they see, videos of Karen Reed talking about her potential motive for why she was so angry at John that she may have backed her car into him while drunk. And that was Karen hearing just the name Bella's mom, who may have lived in the neighborhood of the house where Karen and John were going. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed, a possessive, vindictive woman who was already telling people she was single in the weeks before John's death, who was cheating on John in his own home with John's friends in an effort to torment John on the way out of the relationship, an affair that the friend of John's put a stop to when he realized what Karen was doing. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed herself said John O'Keefe's double orphan niece and nephew, who were John's whole world, had put a strain on the relationship. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's bad for Karen Reed, and it's getting worse. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Tune in with us on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis and join the fabric of the towel universe. I must go back to the towel friends now. Yes, towel friends, I have returned. You were in the clip. I was in the... Oh my God, it's Murder by Maestro, ladies and gentlemen. It is Bailey. It is Lisa Cox and Mike and Hydration Hero. It is just a flood and wall of towel friends. I saw Drew Drops in there as well. It is truly a pleasure. Murder by Maestro, I don't know if you've noticed, I have taken my Howard Cosell towel persona to another level. I am now some kind of, I'm not really sure, towel. It seems to be some combination of an announcer talking about humans reaching the moon and a large sporting event. Somewhere in between those two maxims exists this version of anthropomorphic towel. But yes, all prayers to Ange Wittick, and then I don't know who we're wishing is okay, but yes, good prayers to them as well. Hey, Valerie, great to see you. I'm a towel. You're a towel. Hydration hero, if you were being wished well through whatever's going on. I'm sorry I missed your initial comment, but God bless you as well. Yes, that was a very bad day for Alan Jackson. Alan the Marshmallow Man Jackson had a very tough day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have updates for you about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I may have even found a Karen Reed themed line of towels at Walmart. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a luncheon recess that is unlike any other. Do we sit here and watch the fan? No, ladies and gentlemen, we do not. Instead, we do what towels do best, which is talk in a ridiculously unnecessary tone about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Because then the luncheon recess will go by in 5 minutes, and you will all look back and say, wow, I had no idea listening to someone talk about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca in the context of a criminal case could be so engaging, edifying, and entertaining. And I will say, ladies and gentlemen, if you can engage, entertain, inform, educate the public simultaneously, you are truly living up to Lord Reith's vision for the British Broadcasting Company. And you might say, Grant, you are a anthropomorphic towel who lives in New England. Why are you trying to reinvigorate Lord Reith's vision for public broadcasting? I would say to you, because it is the vocation that I feel called to uplift. I don't really know why, ladies and gentlemen. It is simply like that. Yes, Paul Doherty, I am thrilled that you also used to embody the anthropomorphic Howard Cosell tone. Truly, it has its place in the coverage of criminal trials. We have now come to realize that. I was experiencing a little bit earlier with iambic pentameter and a bit of a rhythmic flow as well, kind of ebbing back and forth in people's speakers. I think I have a very wide and dynamic vocal range with a vocabulary and syntactical lexicon that just expands for hours and hours and simply builds on itself in a recursive historical form, embodying Hegel's syntactical dialectic while also embracing a reverence for James Joyce's visionary implementation of Vico's recursive historical circles, while simultaneously paying due homage to Ida Tarbell, the Muckrakers, Hunter S. Thompson, Walt Whitman, and perhaps a little bit of Teddy Roosevelt. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, regardless as to how frustrating listening to Alan Jackson for 6 hours may be, at least you have Little Towel. Truly, ladies and gentlemen, what would we do without Little Towel to break up the monotony of Alan Jackson's existence? Yes, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you salvation from Alan Jackson. And isn't that why you all tune in, so that you can be liberated from the agony that is listening to Alan the Marshmallow Man Jackson? All right, let's type this post up. All right, friends, the 6 hour go nowhere cross of Jen McCabe in I think we have to, instead of the 6 hour, because Alan Jackson did so badly, we have to call it Alan Jackson's, I spelled his name with all caps, Alan Jackson 6 hour go nowhere cross of Jen McCabe, a witness in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, who heard Karen confess to drunkenly hitting John with Karen's car. Let's see. All right, friends. The Alan Jackson drunkenly. How is that not how you spell drunkenly? Drunkenly is now over. McCabe ruined Jackson, and the cross ended somehow. McCabe bested Jackson and ended the cross with testimony about Karen's confession. All right, so I think we'll change it to new. Truly stunning towel, friends. Truly stunning. We are now in the luncheon recess until 1:45 p.m. Eastern, at which point prosecutor Hank Brennan will begin his much anticipated redirect. Then, when McCabe steps down, the Friday moment we have all been waiting for. Brennan plans to show never before seen or heard statements from Karen Reed, apparently made in secret to a documentary crew, about the Karen being in an argument with John in the moments before Reed, with a BAC 2 to 4 times the legal limit, allegedly struck John with her car before leaving O'Keefe to die in a blizzard alone on a lawn, as John's phone data has already confirmed for jurors. Oh, wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was way better done by Jen McCabe than even Towell expected. Just beastly. Brennan plans to show... My word, friends, this week in the Reed retrial could end with jurors being shown again, Karen's own words being used against her to confirm Reed's motive for being so angry with John that she used her car as a weapon to end his life. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is quite intense. This is quite intense. And, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I must say we now, I think apropos would be to watch the clip of Hank Brennan announcing what he is going to play at the end of when McCabe steps down. So she'll do her redirect, then she'll get up one more time on recross for Jackson, which is limited only to the questions asked on redirect. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to get Hank Brennan playing clips, and I know we are, ladies and gentlemen, because I have the statement from Brennan in open court about what we are going to see. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring that window up for you right now, because I'm a towel, and I appreciate all of you who have tuned in. All of you, we only have 13 minutes left before trial resumes. We are flying through the luncheon recess. Towel ate some grilled chicken, became rejuvenated. I'm continuing to drink my energy drink. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at what might be coming when Hank Brennan's redirect is finished. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be intense. Jackson is done. Alan Jackson is done with his 6-hour belabored gratuitous cross. It's over. Ladies and gentlemen, he didn't even spend any time on the 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search. It wasn't even part of his cross. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will do redirect. I know we might not get to see these videos. Ladies and gentlemen, if redirect goes for hours and if Jackson's smart, he'll make the recross go for hours. Ladies and gentlemen, we might not see the videos, but if Hank Brennan is a tactical magician, then he'll limit the scope of the redirect to very short, and then he forces Jackson not to have enough time to belabor the recross, because you can only recross on what's brought up on redirect. And Hank Brennan is a tactical legal genius, in my opinion, as a towel. And therefore, Hank Brennan will know that if he does a narrow redirect, that will stop Jackson from belaboring the recross. Watch it happen. Let's get the towel derby going. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the horses are almost at the starting gate. Towel has taken on his Boston accent towel Truly, ladies and gentlemen, the horses are at the starting gate. We won't make any errors. We'll pay close attention to the park and take the kids down the yard. I'm not really sure if horses have kids. I think there's actually a specific name for horse children. I'm not fowls, Fowls perhaps. We will take the fowls to the park so that they can roam free and eat grass. I don't know if that's what horses eat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a look at what Hank Brennan might get ready to play for us next. Oh, goodness, towel is all worked up. Have you thought about selling towels? Someone asked, oh, that reminds me, after we watch this clip, ladies and gentlemen, I have something fascinating to show you. Karen Reed may have gotten a line of towels at Walmart. Now listen, I don't know what to say about this. I don't know what to say. I don't know who gave Karen Reed towels. I don't know why this was permitted. I am extremely offended that someone thought Karen Reed should be allowed to have a line of towels. But I'm going to show it to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to bring it up for you on the screen, but I have to do one thing first, which is we have to play the clip of what Hank Brennan is going to play after the redirect and recross of Jen McCabe. We don't actually know what Mr. Brennan is going to play, but we do have the ability, due to being a prescient little towel, to see what Mr. Brennan told Judge Cannoni about what he is going to play. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the benefits of being a prescient and informed towel. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Come on, Mr. Brennan. Here we go. Let's see about these videos, Mr. Brennan. Nope, that's not what I want. No, I don't want Alan Marshmallow Man Jackson. I want the Brennan clip. Come on now. No. Come on. I know you can do this. Come on, Mr. Brennan. Oh, I found it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel. We're going to get a preview. Here we go. I'm so pleased with myself for being a towel. Let's listen.
You should have.
Oh, okay.
You have 12 from yesterday? You have 12 from yesterday, 12 A's in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right, what do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to his case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of the party opponent from the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay is hearsay. If you want to get the clips in and do so, I would know the objection to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test. But it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So, Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and...
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, and then those clips can come in.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you.
All right, so we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is let's not be played with Mr. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it there. Oh, someone asked, how do we know redirect is up next? Because Alan Jackson said he had no more questions. Now, that's what I heard him say. And now you just heard Hank Brennan say he's going to loop back. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan is going to loop back to this Bella's mom issue on his redirect probably. And then once McCabe steps down, he's going to play the clips about the argument between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Truly big moments here, ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels. We are getting ourselves caught up. It is just a few minutes now before court returns to session. Now, give me 1 second, little towels, because I have a picture that I want to show you as we await court coming back into session. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Reed line of towels. It is going to break your heart. It is going to break your heart. Now, the reason why I say it's going to break your heart is because Karen Reed should not be able to have a line of towels. I think we all realize this by now. But yes, I also want to save that, oh no, this is not what I wanted. Stay with me, little towels. I didn't actually send it to myself yet, apparently. That's okay. Well, I will not be deterred, little towels. I'm going to get this image. But yes, we are awaiting the 145 return to session in the Karen Reed trial. Your comments are going so fast, they have not even loaded on my screen yet, so give little towel a second. But yes, we have a lot going on, towel friends, and I am going to try to get this one last image for you as we await court coming back into session at 1:45. All right, I'm going to refresh your comments. Bear with me, little towel friends. Bear with me. You all are talking so fast, you have overwhelmed the towel comments. Yes, that is the nature of the towel friends. I was wondering, are we really going to wait for... is this comment really the only comment? And no, it was just the towel comments have to be refreshed. I really need to work on this tone. I feel like it helps me when I've been talking for a long time to talk in this tone, but I also don't like some of the way the words get pronounced. It bothers me. So if it bothers me, it definitely bothers you all. All right. I'm waiting, friends. I'm waiting. All I need is for this wonderful towel message to come in, and then I can show you all the image that we've all been waiting for, Karen Reed's line of towels. Now, does anyone think Karen Reed should actually have a line of towels? No. I can't believe someone agreed to do this. It should be illegal for Karen Reed to have a line of towels. Ladies and gentlemen, it is just a disgrace to all things towel. But, being the good venerated towel that I am going to share it with you. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Why am I going to share it with you? Because it is a duty of the towel friends to be informed when Walmart releases a Karen Reed themed towel, okay? As towel friends, we must be informed about that. So, I believe I have it downloaded. Yes, towel friends, I do. So, allow me to bring this over here. Oh, sorry about that. Give the towel comments a second to load up. We have lots of towel friends chatting away, and the towel friends need their time. The towel chats need their time to load up. Now, I will also say, towel friends, today's stream is completely in honor of Lindsay Gattani. All donations raised, whether through the YouTube, through Venmo, through Cashapp, or otherwise, are going right over to Lindsay. Even though I have to wait for the YouTube money for a while, we'll figure it out. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you for all of your support. And give me just 1 second. I cannot make the towel comments load faster. I don't know what to tell you. That there are just so many towel comments. They have struggled to load. But as those towel comments are doing their thing, I will bring up the image. Actually, I can follow along with your towel comments. Good afternoon, Pilgrim Shadow. It's so good to see you. Chastity, great to see you. I pulled up the comments on my phone while they're loading on the screen. We have the picture, ladies and gentlemen. I hate to do this to you. I hate to break your hearts. I would never want to do this to the towel friends unless it was absolutely necessary. But Walmart has started selling a Karen Reed line of towels. and I'm going to bring that line. Now, listen, do not go buy these Karen Reed towels, friends. Please don't. I we should be supporting Karen Reed. I don't think we should be monetizing or supporting Karen Reed monetizing anything to do with John's death at all. And this towel is just grotesque. I love all towels, ladies and gentlemen. I am not okay with this Karen Reed towel. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't care what it is. I don't care what arguments are made. I am not okay with that with that being the I am just not okay with that being sold. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is entitled to do whatever she wants. She is not entitled to do that. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I find it offensive and grotesque. And I, as a towel, have a right to express my opinion. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think Karen Reed cannot sell towels at Walmart. I don't care how much she likes Tito's. She is not okay. It is not acceptable. I condemn Walmart for selling Karen Reed themed towels. Yes. Oh, your comments are back, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we must take a stand. We must say we will not allow Walmart to sell Karen Reed themed towels. Also, by the way, Jackson, I saw that question come up. Jackson, yes, will be allowed to do a recross. Bear with me, towel friends. It's taking forever to get your comments loaded up, but by God, I'm going to get them ready. We also need to get ready for court to come back into session, towel friends. Stay with me. Stay with Little Towel. I know that you're all devastated that Karen Reed has a line of towels at Walmart, but we need to stay composed, okay? We need to stay composed. Artworks is a Tito's towel. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get back into session, if you enjoyed this, I'm on a serious note. If you enjoy, we're not yet ready to come back into session, so don't worry. As I get all your towel comments loaded up, it's going to take a second here, but we are not yet back into session, towel friends. I am monitoring the feed closely, and as soon as we are into session, I will let you know. But that said, I want to do a few things. One, I want to let you all know that we have done an excellent job today raising funds and helping Lindsay Gattani feel supported. Lindsay Gattani, if you don't know, is the key, the centerpiece to putting together the sordid web of connections between Karen Reed and the old DOJ in Boston under Josh Levy. Lindsay Gattani was leaked information by Aidan Kearney in winter of 2023, so December, November or so, confirming Reed and Levy were speaking directly. And Lindsay has suffered as a result, ladies and gentlemen, tormented by both sides of this horrifying case. Please consider supporting her today in honor of Little Towel. We're not donating to Little Towel today. If you like this public information service, if you've enjoyed watching for the past 6+ hours, there is one important way that you can say thank you to Little Towel, and we can do a donation wave for Lindsay. We've been doing it all day, ladies and gentlemen. Anything that you send on Cashapp at GrantSmithEllis, or it's the money symbol GrantSmithEllis, goes to Lindsay. Any donations on Venmo, God bless those of you who have sent them at Grant-E1 with a picture of an inflatable Elmo, go directly to Lindsay. It means so much, towel friends. You can even use PayPal, paypal.me/GrantEllis. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the kind of thing that gives Towel hope for a better tomorrow. Now, we are still waiting for court to come into session, ladies and gentlemen. You have not missed anything. You are just looking at the Oh, my word, we have a donation for Lindsay from Valerie. God bless you, Valerie. It's going to take Towel a second to get things fully queued up on the screen, but I saw the donation, Val. God bless you for that. And ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for court to come into session. And so while we're doing that, anyone who might have those links that I just read out, the Cash App is money symbol GrantSmithEllis. The Venmo is at Grant-E1. And then the PayPal is paypal.me/GrantEllis. Your comments are about to get loaded up on the screen here as we wait for court to come into session. The Karen Cam is not yet active, so we know we have a few more minutes together. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned, every donation, every piece of support, we were going to do it just for the morning, but then you all flooded the towel chat with support for the most vulnerable. If you want to use your collective towel powers of good, from Bosnia-Herzegovina to Zimbabwe to South Africa to the UK to Scotland, which is part of the UK, to Australia, to Latin America, to the Americas in general. If you want to direct that positive energy, that show of support for Towel's Public Information Service, don't donate to me. Donate to Lindsay Gattani, which every single one of your contributions over the next however many hours until we're done with for the day will go to Lindsay. And God bless Valerie for being one of the first over this donation drive right now to step up and say the voices of the most vulnerable matter. And God bless you for that, Valerie. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we should be coming back into court any minute now. I am working on getting your comments back up on the screen. Oh, we have another donation to Lindsay. God bless you, towel friends. It's happening in real time. I'm literally going to send this to Lindsay as I'm speaking to you. I am going into my Venmo now. God bless you, the person who just sent that over. It means so much to Little Towel that you all care. It gives me faith in a better world, ladies and gentlemen, and I will pass that faith and positive energy forward. I even got your comments back on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, truly God bless each and every one of you as we go through the next few minutes waiting for court to come back into session. Don't forget, as we do this final donation read before another few hours of session, every single donation for this stream is going to Lindsay Gattani to help her fight for justice against Aiden Turtleboy Kearney. Towel friend donation. I have to send it to Lindsay now. I have done so. Lindsay's going to be so honored. And please, she was on the verge of tears earlier, towel friends. And it has just been sent. Literally, ladies and gentlemen, know that there are no delays on Towel Feed. When you send a donation, although the YouTube is going to be a little delayed due to the way all that works, but when you send a donation, I will literally see it in real time and send it to Lindsay Gattani. And yes, we have gone nearly 7 hours together. I will tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have made wonderful progress. Do you want to know you all have raised Gattani just on YouTube alone? Let's see the new amount. Give it a second to load up. It is somewhere over $123.90 just on YouTube, plus the Venmo donations, all going directly to Lindsay. Ladies and gentlemen, you have made me such a proud towel. Imagine being a single mother with very few resources in the world, supporting yourself, fighting through an just unimaginable history of trauma, and coming out the other side a proud mother who loves her family, her children. She truly loves God. She's a woman of God, which I think is one of the most respectable parts about her, but just feeling completely unsupported. And then this network of towel friends from around the world, who I'm sure Lindsay will get to know in time, steps up and says, no, we will not let you become a ping pong ball in this proxy war. We will not let you feel unsupported. We will let you know from all corners of the towel globe that the flannels, the washcloths, the towelettes, the soap dispensers, the beach towels, the paper towels, the hemp towels, the towelettes and otherwise, all know what it means to stand up in defense of the vulnerable. And yes, I'm talking as much as I can because we were supposed to be back in session all of 8 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen, in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, and we are not done yet. Modelo Macy, yes, Lindsay got a subpoena on December 21st or 22nd, 2023, related to Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney potentially. Aiden Kearney, who was already charged with multiple felonies at that time, went over to Lindsay's apartment to try to get her to give up information about that grand jury. He wanted her not to testify, not to cooperate. And then when Lindsay wouldn't give up information, eventually Aiden forced Lindsay to let him look at her phone and messages between Lindsay and different people. Aiden took notes on Lindsay's own notepad. And when Lindsay took her notepad back, Aiden allegedly pushed her over a couch, recorded her illegally, got charged with felony wiretapping and then indicted for it, and then got charged with witness intimidation. And I will tell you, friends, Aiden Kearney, after Lindsay initially went back and forth on not wanting him to come over, Aiden insisted on going over that day. He involved Lindsay in this. She never wanted to be involved in this, in my opinion, as a result of Aiden's actions on December 23rd after the subpoena. It was because Aiden wanted to find out why the state police, after initially indicting Aiden, were still looking into him. And ladies and gentlemen, it was Lindsay who then, as part of just trying to help the investigation into Aiden, gave her cell phone to state police, and the state police, while it was in their custody, by accident, quote unquote, released a 15-year extraction of Lindsay Gattani's cell phone directly to Aiden Kearney with non-redacted, with sensitive family moments. And the only thing that got removed was messages from a state police officer to Lindsay and messages from Kate Peter to Lindsay. Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Gattani is in no woman's land, and it is the towel universe who is her proverbial stitched together safety net, in my opinion. And just today, ladies and gentlemen, we have done so much good, and that's why I appreciate you allowing me to continue to say, please support Lindsay. Anything you send will go right to her. I'm literally monitoring the Venmo, and everything that comes in brightens Towels Day, and it makes me feel like a better world is possible, where it doesn't matter your political influence or how much money you have. What matters is that you're an authentically good person and that you deserve support because of what you've been through. And I know we can send that message, whether it's through prayer or through messages of goodwill that I'm sure Lindsay will see, or through direct support, and we can empower the most vulnerable among us, ladies and gentlemen. And so I've shared one more time as we get ready to go into session, ladies and gentlemen, the way to donate today. Okay, folks, it should be just a few more minutes now. The Karen Cam is getting ready to come into session. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. I'm going to get us fully ready. I'm going to I'm going to get the Karen Cam prepared. I am so grateful. Truly, God bless all of you today for all of your compassion to each other.
Convenience
and
that
otherwise.
she is alleged to have.
Hold on. We're not fully in session yet, but I know we're coming into session any second, fellow towels. Truly, God bless you. And I know that as the day goes on, you all will continue to demonstrate that level of compassion for each other and for the most vulnerable in our world. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get the Karen Cam prepped. Yeah, it was a very long lunch break today, folks. But we are almost there. I don't see the Karen Cam yet, but I know that we will be coming back into session any minute now. All right, hold on. We're going to switch screens. Stay with me, little towels. I'm still here with you, by the way. I didn't go away. We're just switching screens. See, I'm right there. All right, let's bring this up now. Come on now. Come on, Karen Cam. We have work to do. All right, little towels. Don't worry, that is not actually live, little towels. I don't believe that is actually live. No, it is not. It is not. Hi, Anjanette. I know Anjanette Levy. We did a debate one time. She's a wonderful moderator. We're just waiting for the session to come back in. We're waiting for court to come back into session, towel friends. I'm going to get the Karen Cam prepared early as we watch that, and then I'm going to talk you through it. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. We are about to see Hank Brennan begin his redirect of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial witness Jen McCabe. It should be absolutely brutal for Karen Reed, and if that's the kind of thing that you enjoy, now is your moment, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, my name's GrantSmithEllis. We are just waiting. The Karen Reed trial should be coming into session any moment now, and I, as a towel, will be here with you the second that it starts. Stay with towel coverage, youtube.com/.
One as well.
GrantSmithEllis. Don't forget youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Apparently that helps the channel if you do so while the video is actually live. I don't really understand why, but Murder by Maestro is helping me learn, along with other towel friends. All right, friends, the Karen Cam, it is set up. We don't have actual court in session, but my word, you will be the first to see court come into session. Why? Because we are erudite, prescient, and on the ball towels. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just a few seconds away. Prepare your towels. Ready your towels to nonviolent arms as we storm the beaches of Normantown in a friendly invasion. Hank Brennan, ready for his redirect of Jen McCabe. The world watches. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Let us get ready to begin. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Karen's family is not filed in yet. We have a very early preview. We are watching a Karen in her abnormal... Oh, give her some dignity. Why must you show... Oh, we don't need to see that. Oh, dear goodness. Give the woman some dignity, will you? Oh, okay, she turned around. Somebody get a towel in there. Karen, oh, we don't need to see that. Oh, goodness. The woman deserves some kind of dignity. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Hold on one second.
Today.
All right, so counsel wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them, and I've given previous notice to the defense they've would like different content in than I would, and I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in...
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
Just to clarify, it's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 for each, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point, too.
Well, then, if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay, I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. You heard it. We have a dispute. We have a dispute in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Karen Reed doesn't really have anyone behind her. Her whole, it's one woman now. It is just her mom. This is weird. This is very weird, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels. I'm not really sure what to make of this. Very odd, ladies and gentlemen. What is about to happen? What is about to happen? Very odd scenes there, ladies and gentlemen. Very odd scenes. Now, we are in a protracted sidebar here. Before Hank Brennan's redirect of Jen McCabe, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm sticking with you. I'm preparing the Karen cams. As you know, on Towel Stream, we have to have a David Yannetti cam. We have to have a Hank Brennan cam. We have to have a Karen Reed cam. And for some reason, the only person behind Karen Reed right now, ladies and gentlemen, is her mom. What odd moments. What odd moments in the Karen Reed trial. Now, Mr. Reed makes his way back in. He has returned. He is a Bill Reed. Now we wait, ladies and gentlemen. We patiently wait, as good little towels do. My name is GrantSmithEllis, as I mentioned. Yes, the jury should be coming back soon. But at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the sidebar to conclude. That's true. So the jury's going to come back after the sidebar, and then we will get back to business. There is business that must be attended to, ladies and gentlemen. And as a towel, I must do my job, and I must convey to you that we will be doing Hank Brennan's redirect, I believe, at the resume of session. So pay attention, little towels. Be at your ready. Have your towels to nonviolent arms. Yes, it is a peaceful invasion of Norman Towel. When we storm the beaches of Norman Towel, do not upset the French. They are our allies. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about to happen. The world has been waiting. It is like WrestleMania 17 with The Rock and Stone Cold. Hank Brennan steps up to the podium, which is not actually a wrestling ring, but that's okay, ladies and gentlemen. That is okay. Get ready. I apparently was too early, ladies and gentlemen. We are now doing something else. Karen Reed, a lonely figure, left alone in court. She's got no one. It is just herself. The comments say Alan Jackson has failed miserably. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I am a towel. I don't know what these lawyers think about the fact that there is a towel that commentates on their proceedings. I imagine they are utterly baffled. Just baffled, ladies and gentlemen. I assure you, they are baffled. Am I baffled? I am slightly baffled by my own existence, ladies and gentlemen. I am not too prideful to admit that. Yes, Towel even baffles himself. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment the world has been waiting for. There is no one in the courtroom. The families are there. We are getting ready, ladies and gentlemen. I see Hank Brennan. I'm a towel. We wait. Hank Brennan is getting ready. We're waiting for the jury. I'm a towel. I think you all are pretty well aware now that I am indeed a towel. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. Towels at your arms. Nonviolent arms. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, we await the jury now. Grant, Walter, Smith, Cronkite, Ellis, says Eva. I do my best to interpolate real-time events for you all. Yes, it is the AP Newswire here, the Towel Newswire. Ladies and gentlemen, the moments of anticipation grow stronger. Hank Brennan's recross of Jen McCabe to begin at any minute. You are watching the most unique form of trial coverage in American history. And a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel, raising money for the vulnerable, preaching universal love, and covering court developments. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you have found the most unique home on social media. Whether you are a flannel, a washcloth, a towelette, a beach towel, a hemp towel, a paper towel, or otherwise, or a flannel, or a soap dispenser. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome among the towel fold. And as Towel Walter Cronkite Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel McCabe's gets ready to bid you adieu until we meet again during Sidebar. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to have you with me for coverage of this court hearing. And yes, you may say, man who thinks he's a towel, you have a strange way of commentating on courtroom developments. And to that, ladies and gentlemen, to that I can only say yes. Yes, I do have a strange way of commentating on courtroom developments. But if you are not engaged, then, well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what to tell you. You must be some kind of non-towel. And as we know, non-towels are really looked upon with disdain, seeing as almost everything is a towel. And you might say, Grant, that's not necessarily true. There are things that are not towels. Well, to that, I would say only, have you tried to use the object in question as a towel? Unless you can definitively, ladies and gentlemen, rule out that the object in question can be used as a towel, well, ladies and gentlemen, this little towel would caution you against doing so. And I will tell you, we are now at a prolonged wait for the jury to file into the courtroom. And I, towel, continue to monitor with you. Here we go. Hold on. Bear with little towel. I am a towel. Yes, if you've learned anything today, be it that make it that I am a towel. I'm not sure why Jesus has come up, but yes, I'm glad I keep you all engaged. You can worship Jesus. I like Jesus a lot. I'm losing hope. Well, don't lose hope. Get ready, friends.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Can we bring Ms. McCabe in, please? Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like, it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw her on the dash cam. You spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement?
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Bradford.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever, once, refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection. The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection. I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Bradford, please.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection. Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home and you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
Sustain.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement?
Yes.
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
Yes.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we...
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
Okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lank's house?
Yes.
And you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
No, next question, Mr. Bowman.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him. Because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
This has to be really brief.
GrantSmithEllis here, ladies and gentlemen. We are at Sidebar. My name is GrantSmithEllis. As I mentioned, it'll jump us forward. I'll see if I can get us back as quickly as possible. It is odd moments, ladies and gentlemen. It is odd moments right now in court. A stunned into silence audience, bored with Alan Jackson's cross, waiting for Hank Brennan's redirect to fully get going. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we are heading into hour 7 of coverage of today's Karen Reed trial. It is Friday. We've been going for hours this week, hours and hours, but we continue on, ladies and gentlemen. God bless all of you who have stuck through. Hank Brennan is leading up to something big. You can tell Alan Jackson does not really want it to be asked about, but it's too late. Hank Brennan is moving in the direction of getting Jen McCabe to decimate everything Alan Jackson asked about on Cross, and we are here to see it, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I'm a towel. Apparently I'm a Southern towel now. I went from being a Boston towel to a Southern towel. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, something is rotten in the kingdom of Denmark, and I think the Reed defense is Denmark. God bless you all, ladies and gentlemen, for keeping Towel engaged. As much as I try to keep you all going, you keep little Towel going, and that means the world to me. This sidebar, which Judge Cannoni wanted to be quick, has not been so quick, ladies and gentlemen. It has not been quick at all. But we persevere, nonetheless. Now I'm JFK, apparently, or Mayor Quimby. We persevere. We shall not be deterred. We are the Towel faithful, watching, continuing, fighting, moving on in the sense that our Towel strengths are strong. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we believe in the collective power of towels. Oh, God bless, someone just sent a PayPal donation for Lindsay. Ladies and gentlemen, truly, I'm sending it right now over to Lindsay. We are, if you look at the top of the feed, we are doing a donation drive for Lindsay today. Lindsay Gattani, one of the victims in Aiden Turtleboy Kearney's cases. She is vulnerable. She is a wonderful human being, and she is getting the support from the Towel universe that truly she deserves. Ladies and gentlemen, it means so much to me that you all are supporting Lindsay. Look in the link, the YouTube description for how to support Lindsay. We have sent super chats. We have been super towels. We have been true heroes today for Lindsay. Towel friend donation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just made Lindsay's day. There is no doubt about it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and I have sent it. All right, I've caught up with the PayPal donations, ladies and gentlemen, the Venmo donations, the YouTube donations continue to come in. We have supported and given hope, even if in the smallest way, through the collective fabric of the universe to those who are in need. And, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan's redirect must be truly devastating because Alan Jackson simply does not want it to happen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, truly, God bless all of you. Alan Jackson may not want this direct to happen, but you all want the most vulnerable to feel heard. And I tell you, that means something to this little towel. But yes, God bless you, Jew Drops. God bless everyone who has been sticking through this unnecessarily, I almost said ungodly, but it's not ungodly long, unnecessarily long sidebar. Bill Reed hangs his head. He is a defeated man. Oh, the PayPal address is paypal.me/GrantEllis. I just got a request in the towel chat to help Lindsay. Ladies, and I will do exactly that. And I'm going to make the post right now. It takes a second because of all the things running on Towel's little computer. Everyone, by the way, give a special note of appreciation to Towel Computer. He does so well. He holds up for us, and he conveys the information that the world needs to know. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to support Lindsay Gattani, you will have the opportunity right now, and we are back in session. It's not you, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes. Thank you.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
All right, number 17, a phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
Okay. What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
And
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
No, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160. This is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Renner.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. Imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sidebar.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Judge Cannoni is not happy with Alan Jackson continuing to interrupt Hank Brennan's cross. By the way, that was not you there. The actual courtroom feed buffered when we lost a few seconds, but it was only a quick exchange before a sidebar. We did not get an answer. It was just Alan Jackson objecting. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed does not want these videos being played of Karen Reed potentially talking about the argument that occurred in the moments before John O'Keefe was struck allegedly by Karen Reed's car while Karen was drunk driving at 12:32 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Here we go, folks. Just a few seconds now. Hank Brennan back up on redirect. I am a towel. My name's GrantSmithEllis. God bless you, by the way. I just saw someone else donated to Lindsay. Oh, I'm sending these all over to her right away. You are changing the world one towel friend at a time. It means so much to me. As Grant, as a towel, as a human. Towel loves you all. We should be coming back into session in a few seconds here. Bear with me, towel friends.
Dan, approach your eye.
Yes.
This number's, I won't read it. This number on top, whose number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you. 129:22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129:22. From you to Ms. Roberts, I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129:22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 129:22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 129:22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129:22, 342:06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 433:40, 129:22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about...
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
.213. This is on 129:22 at 438:20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond. 129:22, 440:38. I have been shaking since this a.m. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 440:38 at 129:22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement?
Yes.
And the days that follow?
Yes.
I'm going to move to 129:22, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292?
Yes.
And you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296. 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07, was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
Okay. If you turn to number 761, please.
$761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, stand with the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Could you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy O'Keefe.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
Okay. I have spent the a.m. trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mm-hmm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more. In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Wait. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left, so they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the 2 law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the 4 of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message, with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
Yeah. She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not, correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Chris Al, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Just give you that. Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 3-4 Fairview. So, who are you with? Pull up and let me see. I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. And Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
We need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
Ellis. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I am here with you now. I should come over your speaker any second now. These are big moments, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We should be back into session any second. Oh, these are bombshell clips. The moment has arrived, and there will be more clips throughout the trial. Oh, here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Will there be another clip played? We watch closely. Karen Reed seems devastated. She was in a fight with John O'Keefe in the moments before she allegedly struck John while drunk driving with her car and left John to die.
call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Standing, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchase the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. So it makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts, and then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes. Sure.
Turning your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. The 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration, and then after that maximum is reached, for most folks that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking, and then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase, and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration, and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Nitty?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures?
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab?
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure, that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
All right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay, thank you. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates it. So, all right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do, so I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions: please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week. And I will see counsel at sidebar.
All right, little towels, GrantSmithEllis here. It looks like we may be done for the day. We are just going to confirm when Judge Cannoni comes out of sidebar. I think I will pop back up on towel screen for you now. Bear with me, little towels. Thank you so much for sticking with us right till the end. It has been quite a towel day. we are going to confirm that Judge Cannoni is indeed done for the week. It has been a long week, towel friends. We all are tired. Jen McCabe performed superbly on cross. We only have to watch one bit clip back, towel friends, and that was when Alan Jackson allowed Jen McCabe to confirm the end of the federal investigation. My word, ladies and gentlemen, it was a moment for the ages. Oh no, I forgot that Walmart is selling Karen Reed towels. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we going to do? It is clearly entirely not okay that Walmart is selling Karen Reed based towels. Now, we will address that separately, ladies and gentlemen. We can write complaint letters to Walmart. We can petition the Walmart and say, please don't continue to demonstrate support for Karen Reed. But we'll take that off the screen for a second because, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are going to scroll back and watch the moment that Jen McCabe was able to confirm the end of the federal probe. Why? Because Alan Jackson is a moron. Alex, I think it's going to be a clip, not just Karen Reed saying that her and John were talking about Bella's mom after Jen McCabe mentioned it on the ride over to Fairview, but they were arguing about it.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trouble...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we are indeed done for the day. So, you know what we're going to watch? We're going to go back, ladies and gentlemen. We're actually going to bring it up on Towel Stream. Why are we going to bring it up on Towel Stream? Because Towel Stream is obviously the premier place to watch the Karen Reed trial. Some other feeds did not even use, ladies and gentlemen. They did not even use, I tell you, the Karen Cam. And ladies and gentlemen, it should be illegal to not use the Karen Cam, but we on Towel Stream do so. Yes, I will say, ladies and gentlemen, that was a wonderful showing from Jen McCabe, a horrible cross by Alan Jackson. And now we will get to watch Jen McCabe confirm the end of the federal investigation. How are we going to do that? Because I took notes about relatively when the timestamp occurred, and I can bring this up on Towel Stream for us because I am a towel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I am so grateful to every single person who has been with us here since the early morning. We started some 8 hours ago at 7:30 a.m. or so Eastern, and you're still here. Towels Public Information Service is still going strong. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it should be illegal to not use the... It should be illegal to not use the Karen Cam. That's true, Grant. That is true. But yes, we have to go back a little bit in the stream, and I have to bring this stream up for you right now. And then we will watch the moment that I thought was the epitome of Jen McCabe's brilliant responses on cross. Content Hub, it's so good to see you, dear friend. Jew Drops, rest in peace, Officer John O'Keefe. Yes, God bless you, Jew Drops, for always keeping John O'Keefe's memory in mind. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk a little bit more. I'm going to read your comments and questions, but first we must go back to 2:56 p.m. in the stream. That should be about when the moment happened, right when Jen McCabe was able to confirm the federal investigation was closed on cross because Alan Jackson is a moron. Let's listen together.
Met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert. Correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children. Correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message, with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not one, correct.
And that person's not an Albert?
They could be, again, it could have been Crystal, but Julie, I don't, one of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct? And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend, but whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Hold on, towel friends. That was not what we needed. We have to go a little bit before 2:56 p.m. So please forgive Little Towel. We are looking for the moment that Jen McCabe confirmed the end of the federal probe, which means we are going to watch further. It's important.
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Carrie Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that...
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. Alan Jackson did it again on cross. He let Jen McCabe say something he never should have said, and we found the clip. I knew I'd find it.
Some misconceptions. and I stopped, and then I welcomed
to Massachusetts by the 2 law enforcement.
Yes.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make a clip of this because what a way to end the Karen Read trial week. By the way, we hit 5,000 viewers again on the X. It may be even higher now. God bless you all, Towel Friends. It is truly, and all of the Towel Friends in the chat. Dev Watter's still here. Jew Drops, B and Chance, Ange Whittick, God bless you. I've kept your family member in my mind and prayers all day. I hope you're all staying strong. Jew Drops, God bless you and your commitment. Modelo, Macy, Bina, it's great to see you. Alana, you're so wonderful with all of your contributions. Before we begin this clip, ladies and gentlemen, know that you will be in the clip. Once we begin this next segment, your comments will be front and center, so give me 1 second. All right, here we go. And hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. If you missed it today, not only did Jen McCabe absolutely decimate Alan the Marshmallow Man Jackson during day 8 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Read retrial, but there was a moment that Jackson never should have let happen. After Jackson gave up on the 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search by McCabe at Karen Read's request, as confirmed by Celebrate expert Ian Whiffen, Jackson then moved on and said what was probably the stupidest question possible. Jackson allowed Jen McCabe to confirm for the jury that the federal probe of John O'Keefe's death is over, and Jackson left unchallenged McCabe's statement in open court that the federal probe is over. Ladies and gentlemen, let us watch the moment together. It was a stunning crescendo for the week of the Karen Read trial, and just minutes later, the jury would go on to see video of Karen talking about how her and John were in an argument over a woman John had dated long ago named Bella's mom, simply because Bella's mom came up in the context of John and Karen getting directions to Fairview Road in the lead up to 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds in the morning a.m. on January 29, 2022, when Karen, with a BAC between 0.14 and 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, is alleged to have backed her car up to 24.2 miles an hour and then reduced to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right upon allegedly striking John, causing him to go to the ground, hitting his head, in turn suffering a traumatic brain injury, becoming incapacitated, and then dying from an onset of hypothermia coupled with that brain injury as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas in a blizzard alone on a lawn, where John's phone confirmed he never moved from between 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022 until he was discovered after 6 a.m. the next morning by Karen and John's friends, whereupon Karen was taken to the hospital for threats of self-harm. And jurors also learned to close the Friday testimony that Karen's blood alcohol taken at the hospital where her parents sent her to protect her life confirmed that Karen had a blood alcohol level as indicated 2 to 4 times the legal limit at the moment of impact, allegedly with John O'Keefe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to Alan Jackson allowed Jen McCabe to confirm the federal probe into John O'Keefe's death is over, as U.S. Attorney Leah Foley allowed law enforcement partners in the Brian Walsh case, the Karen Read case, and also the Canton PD to confirm. Let's listen to the moment. It was quite an epic end to the Friday. Well done, Jen McCabe. The Towel poll says that you blew most people away with the efficacy and the presentation and the confidence of your testimony.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the 2 law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously...
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson completely flustered. You heard it in real time. Jen McCabe confirmed the end of the federal probe in open court. Alan Jackson on cross just cannot help himself. He walks into trap, 6 hours going nowhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done with 8 days of presentation in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. I will stay with the towel friends, but in terms of this clip, come join us. You may watch and discuss and have your comments on screen and meet so many wonderful flannels and towelettes and washcloths and hemp towels and paper towels and beach towels and all sorts of towels, friends. It's wonderful. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We broke the 700 subscriber mark. We raised funds for Lindsay Gattani, and we made the vulnerable and voiceless feel loved. That means the towel universe is living up to its full potential. It's eudaimonia, as the Greeks would say. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm ending this clip now, and then I'm going to go say hi to the towel friends. Yes, towel friends, I have returned. That may even be in the clip at the end. I have returned to you because, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch one more part of today's testimony. What was it? The videos Hank Brennan played, and then we will talk about why the video that's going to come next of Karen could be even more devastating, because I have the video where Hank Brennan previews the video that didn't get played. Ladies and gentlemen, all towels are welcome indeed. Angela Powell, it's so great to see you. Alex, Jew drops every time your name pops up. I am thrilled, along with Modelo Macy. You all are truly the embodiment of towels. Now let us watch.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later to the time let's start at 34 Fairview. So, who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
All right, hold that, please.
Towel friend, you may be wondering, towel friends, what is that clip about? Well, I have a preview for you, towel friends. How do I know I have a preview for you? Because we watched it earlier today. We had questions from a number of people in chat, and I am going to try to give you an answer right now, fellow towels. Why? Because I, as a towel, simply will not relent. And I even have a clip ready from absolutely committed, even after so many hours this week, to stay with you, towel friends, and help you understand what this clip 17 could be and what could be coming up next week. And you might say, Grant, why do you do that? Shouldn't you go feed yourself and otherwise? And my answer to you, towel friends, is I probably should do that. But it is more important to me that I relay this information to you, which means we're going to do this now. So give towel 1 second. Yes, towel friends, I have the clip for you that is going to preview what Hank Brennan may play next week. The world wants to know what is coming, and Towel will try to get you the answer right now. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, do I have the preview for you? I do. I must simply find the correct window. And if you're wondering, Towel, do you do all of this by yourself using a professional level broadcasting software, and then do you clip these things in real time and write them up and publish them and engage with the towel friends and have a wonderful time doing it all? Yes, towel friends, that is 100% the case. I am thrilled to be with so many of you and multitask in the way that I do. I found it, ladies and gentlemen. There is the preview that you want to see.
You should have.
Oh, okay.
You have 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12 A's in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right, what do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to his case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of the party opponent and the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay, if you want to get the clips in and do so, I would go with the objection to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So, Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but
Right.
This is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and...
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, and then those clips can come in.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you.
All right, so we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is to it's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jurors.
At first, you might have thought, okay, so it looks like all those clips are going to be played, right, Towel? No, ladies and gentlemen, No, that is not what happened at all, and Towel is going to show you why. Why am I going to do that? Because I'm a Towel. And we need to take a look, ladies and gentlemen. We need to take a look at what happened right before Hank Brennan wanted to play those clips. There was then a debate, you could call it, about whether the last clip could come in. And I, being a good little towel, will bring that up for us right now. So please, little towels, let us look for that moment. It was right when there was no one in the courtroom. It was after a break. The jury was not in the room, so it might have actually been before McCabe resumed her cross. Is that right? Yes, I believe it was right here, ladies and gentlemen. So let us take a look. I am a good little towel. Getting ready. We're waiting for the jury. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. It was actually right before that. It was right when we came back into session. Let's listen to what happened.
The defense, they've...
So counsel wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
Oh, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I realize you are hearing that, but you are not seeing it. I selected the wrong window, but I found the exact point that we need, which means I have this queued up for us. I don't believe this is it. That is it. Let's listen, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, by the way, so let's pause. What you're about to hear is, although we just heard the first discussion earlier in the day about all the videos coming in, now we find out that the defense is trying to object. We're going to hear them next week, potentially after a hearing. But what is Karen Reed trying to hide from the jury, ladies and gentlemen?
All right, so counsel wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them, and I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would, and I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in...
That's a new one. The other one was previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
Just to clarify, it's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 for each, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point, too.
Well, then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
okay. I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
Okay, towel friends, so I actually will clip that. That is incredibly important for the towel friends.
Let's play them. They're quick.
That actually is incredibly important.
So, counsel...
Ladies and gentlemen, that shows us exactly what the cliffhanger is for the weekend. It is clips Karen Reed's team. They say, oh, we're okay with them coming in. Oh, really? What Karen Reed's really saying is the way they're played makes me look terrible. All right, me as in Karen Reed, I was taking on her persona there. Ladies and gentlemen, we must do a clip for the towel, friends. It is a public service. Let me do so now. Towel friends, my name is GrantSmithEllis. If you're wondering what other updates do we have heading into next week's Karen Reed trial, day 9, which will start up on Monday, May 5th, I believe it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Cannoni was going to allow Hank Brennan to play clips related to Karen Reed potentially confessing to being in an argument with John O'Keefe in the moments leading up to Karen striking John allegedly with her car with a blood alcohol level between 0.14 and 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Reed's team vociferously tried to stop these videos from being played for the jury, and all they got was a potential hearing next week when there's more time. Hank Brennan has been methodically deconstructing everything Karen Reed is trying to present on cross by showing videos of Karen's own words, Karen's, quote, testimony to the media used against her in court with no opportunity to rebut. Will this force Karen to take the stand in a few weeks? We will find out. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Let's watch the update. It is coming up on 4:15 p.m. on Friday, May 2nd, and my name is GrantSmithEllis, as I mentioned on I'm a Towel.
All right, so counsel wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them, and I've given previous notice to the defense they've would like different content in than I would, and I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in
That's a new one. The other one was previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 for each, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point, too.
Well, then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
okay. I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is I should approach that side.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right there. Heading into next week of the Karen Reed trial, Karen Reed does not want these clips to be played, at least not in the form Hank Brennan wants to play them. Will Judge Cannoni allow it? It's a cliffhanger. Judge Cannoni is going to review over the weekend. You might be wondering, Grant, are you checking if there's any update on Aidan Kearney's pending bail revocation motion that was taken under advisement in a rare move and has not been ruled on as of yet? I'm checking now. Okay, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some movement, but it was not on the bail revocation. The only movement we have is a ruling just now from Judge Dunlin allowing the Commonwealth's motion for a copy of third-party filings, which may have to do with Lindsay Gattani's letter that was sent, although it's impounded so no one knows what it is, docket number 77. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do not see a ruling on the bail revocation. I'm going to actually stick around with the Towel Friends until 4:30 Eastern to find out if we get a ruling. Will Aidan Kearney be arrested as court closes on Friday? We have 14 more minutes to go. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Follow updates on the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Turtleboy trials via youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join in with the Towel Friends. It's a wonderful universe of towelettes, washcloths, beach towels, flannels, paper towels, hemp towels, soap dispensers, and otherwise. Okay, I'm going to end this clip. And I'm a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now on court monitoring for the next 13 minutes. I don't know if you've ever done court monitoring with towel, but this means we sit here, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 13 minutes and we find out if Aidan Kearney's bail is going to be revoked. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have to sit here. Maybe court will close with no action on the motion. Maybe court will stay open. court will stay open for 13 minutes. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to now sit here and watch to determine if we get any movement. We know there has been at least one ruling on a procedural motion in the Kearney case. Will Aiden Kearney's bail be revoked? Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look. Let's get ourselves caught up. We have 12 minutes. Court closes in just 12 minutes. Is there going to be no action? Remember, folks, in a rare move days ago, a judge did not rule on the state's motion to revoke Aiden Turtleboy Kearney's bail after Kearney said Jesus spoke to him, told him to seek revenge, and also Kearney then wished that police officers and their families would die in conflagrations. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we have right now, ladies and gentlemen, 12 minutes of sitting around, of talking to the towel friends, of embracing universal love and acts of service for others as we get caught up. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we must look at the moments that led a judge in Aiden Kearney's case to say that Kearney was walking on thin ice due to his comments. We must watch the comments, ladies and gentlemen. And now listen, this could all be leading up to 4:30 and no ruling. Towel's starting to feel lightheaded because he hasn't eaten enough, but that's okay. We will monitor the docket nonetheless, fellow towels. This could be a big moment. Go right to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. However, again, there's no guarantee that any ruling will come down. The judge is not required to rule at any time. However, ladies and gentlemen, we are watching closely. We are monitoring. We are paying attention. If an order comes down, Kearney would be arrested and jailed. However, while that is playing out, towel friends, we have something else we will do, and that is we will watch the video that got this that led Kearney into this situation. Why are we going to do that, even though it's incredibly intense to watch? Well, because we need to wait 10 minutes and 30 seconds before the court closes, ladies and gentlemen. And what better way to spend those minutes than finding out what we are actually murder by maestro, hello, what we are actually monitoring. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I shall bring that up for you now because I am a towel. Yes, I am indeed a towel, and you might be wondering, why are we listening to a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel? Well, I try to provide a useful index of all of human knowledge and information related to same in real time for the towel friends to engender cogent participation in the public sphere. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I do my very best. How did your finals go? I'm through 4 of them, Monty. Thank you for asking. I have 3 to go. I'm feeling confident as a towel. But yes, we're going to the Aiden Kearney hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 second. We need to get... first we're going to watch this clip. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a disclaimer. I do not condone the language used in this clip. I do not condone people talking in this way, but the only reason we're talking about it is so we can analyze what the judge talks about after and wait the next 10 minutes to determine if Aiden Kearney's bail will be moved on, whether there'll be action or no action. Let's watch.
Tully is the mastermind of all this shit.
Pause. Make sure you have your children put earmuffs on, ladies and gentlemen. Have the little towels put their earmuffs on. Yes, this is not appropriate for little towels. Murder by Maestro is 24, and he speaks hexadecimal, so therefore Murder by Maestro may listen. But the little towels should not be listening to what is about to play. This is a warning to put earmuffs on the little towels.
Fuck that corrupt piece of shit. It pisses me off that he gets away with this shit. Fuck him. He was rehomed, but he's still involved in my case and tried to have me locked up again last month. He can go get fucked. Him and his stupid wife and his stupid family. I hope they all fucking die in a fire. Fuck them. If I found out tomorrow that Brian Tully was burned alive in the most painful way possible, I would be so happy. Like, I would be awesome. That'd be great. I hope he dies. Like, I hope pain and misery happens to him after what he's done to me, what he's done to Karen Reed, what he's done to my children. Like, I really fucking hope, like, I would get so fucking hard if you told me Brian Tully died in a car accident tomorrow. Brian Tully actually deserves to get hit by a car and die. Like die. And so I don't give a fuck if he dies. I don't give a fuck who he leaves behind. I hope it's painful. I hope every single waking moment for the rest of his life is miserable, because that's what Jesus would want me to do. Okay? I go to church every Sunday, and that's what Jesus talks to me, and that's what he says. Revenge. You can call me Journalism Jesus, and I plan on rising tomorrow from the dead. You guys don't know this. Tomorrow's Easter. Jesus is back with a vengeance. I mean, it's not to compare myself to Jesus or anything like that, but it's kind of similar. Like, getting nailed to the cross is much worse than losing a Facebook page, but they're both obstacles. You know what I mean? And they thought Jesus was down for the count, and they thought I was down for the count, you know? And what are they doing? What happened with Jesus after that? Oh, rose from the dead, literally started his own religion, one of the biggest religions in the world. There's 1 million sects of it now, of Christianity, that have been created. And yes, this is, you're right, yo. This is.
Okay, so just so folks know, not only did the Commonwealth argue that Kearney incited his followers, there was a LinkedIn message sent to Brian Tully that the Commonwealth was able to introduce during the bail revocation hearing that was a very big problem for Kearney. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to a little bit of how this played out, okay? As this bail revocation hearing happened, we're going to listen now. This, Ange Wittick, I'm so sorry we had to listen to that. We had to, because otherwise this judge discussion won't make sense. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to what as 4:30, the close of court comes up. Let's find out why a judge took, in a very rare move that almost never happens, I've never heard of it, a judge taking a bail revocation motion under advisement related to Aiden Kearney. Hi, Technogeric. Maybe I'll call. What about if the Glare has a discussion with me? I'll have him on. We can do like 30 minutes. He can call my phone, or he can we'll do a Zoom or something. I would totally have him on. He has to be respectful. He has to be kind. He was in our discussion. Other than critiquing me, although we have very different views on the Karen Reed case, he critiqued me in a way that I didn't agree with. I denied his premise. I just felt we had different views. He was very cordial. Why is he cordial? Because I am not disrespectful to him. I think it actually started our congeniality, because although there were some tense moments in terms of things he said and, my critiques of him, the Glare at one point was like, you know what, folks, I have a lot of strong views, but I am not a bigot against gay and bi people. And I looked and I said to him, he didn't have to say this. It wasn't like someone prompted him. He just randomly announced on a live stream that I happened to be watching one day. He was like, I am not a bigot against gay and bi people. And I was like, he was like, we love all people here, regardless of who they love. And then I was like, you know what? With this gentleman and I are never going to agree, and maybe he uses language that I find very distasteful, and I wish he wouldn't. But in terms of this gentleman's perspective on not being a bigot, this is great. And so I shook his hand one time, and ever since then, we've been fine. I don't have much, we never are going to agree on Karen Reed's guilt versus Karen Reed's innocence. I'm always going to believe Karen Reed's guilty. But discussing with Glare is interesting. Okay, let's watch this bail revocation hearing as I monitor the court. And Ange Wittick, I'm so sorry we had to listen to that. But as I said, for the towel friends who are trying to understand why we're monitoring the court docket to see if there is a ruling on Aiden Kearney's bail revocation, it is because of this next segment that we're going to watch. And I'm a towel. Oh, Monty, I don't necessarily know if having a bail revocation taken under advisement, that's very serious, is getting away with it. Let's listen to the judge.
Judge, in this context, to address your question, in this context, Judge, revenge. And Judge, in this context, to address your question, in this context, Judge, revenge means karma. He's not saying, I'm going to go get revenge on you. He's saying that karma's a bitch, is what he's saying, Your Honor. And he's allowed to say that. And this isn't something that is intended to be played on a judge's bench in the formality of the courtroom. This is something that he is talking to his viewers online. And he's allowed to do that, Your Honor. So we have got to stop this charade that this is somehow, gee whiz, we got to lock him up because he's talking and satirizing, engaging in political hyperbole, protected by Watts, Brandenburg. The only thing he can't say are true threats and fighting words. We all know that 100 times over. Why are we here, Your Honor? I ask that you deny the motion and just please issue a ruling that settles this issue once and for all, that this has a chilling effect, Your Honor. Every time we're here, how many journalists do we have in this room?
Okay, I'm up here. Director remarks to me, not to anybody.
That's how you knew, by the way. Listen, it's going really, really bad, ladies and gentlemen. If a judge says to you, turn around, lawyer, why are you addressing the gallery? Address your remarks to me. Ladies and gentlemen, it's as bad as possible. That means the judge feels you violated procedural decorum. Bradel just said the B word for no reason. He wasn't quoting his client. You can't cuss. The judge put his hands in his head. This is why I'm saying, yes, we don't have a ruling on this bail revocation motion, but listen to this judge talk. He was not pleased. He didn't deny or approve. Second beach gal, that's what's so rare in Massachusetts. The judge just said, I'm going to take this under advisement. Very rare for a motion under 58A for revocation, for contacting a violation of bail condition, contacting a witness, all this stuff. Very rare for a judge to take it under advisement. Oh, God bless you. Greetings, world. You are a wonderful human. I have no idea who you are, but your energy is fantastic. And if I met you in person, I would give you a towel hug if you wanted one. Okay, Towel is very big on if you want a hug, you should ask for one. And if Towel wants to give you a hug, he will ask if you want one. And you should ask Towel if he wants a hug, because sometimes I like hugs, but I'm not always a big fan of physical contact. Okay, let's continue to watch this.
No, I'm just looking to see if there's...
No, I'm up here.
There's journalists cover this case. They are experiencing a chilling effect. Am I next? Is the Commonwealth going to go after me next? How far can I go? Can I show up at someone's door and knock on the door? Oh, did I intimidate somebody? Is Norfolk County going to go after me? We don't know. We don't know what they're capable of. And, Your Honor, you're the bulwark here. This is the First Amendment we're talking about. We're kicking this around like it's some city ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to take it under advisement. Mr.
Okay, hold on before we listen to this next part of my analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:30. Let's make one more. We might need a few minutes for it to buffer. Let's make one more check, and as we wait, ladies and gentlemen, for the last, well, maybe the last time today, I don't know if you know, but today's stream is in honor of one of the named victims in Aidan Kearney's cases, Lindsay Gattani, who is fighting for justice against Mr. Kearney. You can read more in the top description. Ladies and gentlemen, anything you donate until the end of this stream, and that held true starting at the beginning, anything you donate, I will send directly to Lindsay. I have sent every single donation, whether through PayPal, whether through Cashapp, or through Venmo, although I don't think we got any Cash Apps, but through PayPal and through Venmo, directly to Lindsay. And I am so honored by all of the support. We're not donating to Little Towel today. I will make it through. We are supporting a good woman, a woman who believes in God, who is a great mother to her children, who has been gratuitously, unnecessarily tormented simply because Aidan Kearney, in an indiscreet way, leaked Karen Reed's connection to Josh Levy to Lindsay, and then Aidan, when Lindsay got subpoenaed, melted down and had his bail revoked, causing Karen to stop talking to Aidan. Therefore, I believe Aidan started to hate Lindsay. I believe also Aidan was in love with Lindsay, and that also caused a bit of a tormented problem. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is why supporting Lindsay Gattani is so important. Imagine a single mother fighting in a world that is defined by power politics and just trying to be authentic and true to herself and trying to fight against these systems that used her as a ping pong ball. Yes, you can support Lindsay Gattani today in the Towel chat, and you can do so in a number of ways. And remember, friends, as much as Towel loves all of your support of Towel chat, what the principles of the Towel universe truly reflect is selfless service for others in any way that we can do so, whether it's donating to Lindsay, or a small act of kindness on the street, or a handshake or a smile to a neighbor or a friend, or a trip to visit a family member, or keeping Ann Whittick's family member in your thoughts and prayers, or the towel friend who has surgery on their back next week that got moved back a week. Keeping people in your prayers, small acts of service, embracing a world not defined by the preservation, expansion, and demonstration of power, but instead the preservation, expansion, and demonstration of universal love is what this stream is all about. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, your reciprocal ethos and participation, like Tesseracts in the towel chat, enables that. Liking the stream enables that. Subscribing, continuing to help build this world ethos as we bring about a new digital age defined by an Aquarius water bearer who also has a towel. But yes, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to monitor the docket. You watch this, and I'll drop the information to send Lindsay donations, and God bless every single one of you who have been contributing to the wave of support today. It has touched the heart of a woman who otherwise would feel she is unheard and has no support. The value of that, ladies and gentlemen, every one of you may rest your heads on your pillows tonight with solace, knowing that in that small corner of the world where Lindsay Gattani is, you have impacted her in a positive way. And is there anything more sublime and beautiful than that expression of human eudaimonia, which means in the ancient Greek, the greatest good we can achieve? Let's listen.
Kenny, please stand up. You're walking on kind of thin ice. I'm going to review everything, and I'll come out with an order. But I take what Mr. Cosgrove has presented very seriously. I also take into account that there are certain First Amendment rights here as well. And then the issue is always how far does the First Amendment take you, and when does it become intimidation of a witness? The word revenge, some of those other words that are on that tape are getting very, very close. So I'll take it all under advisement. Let me just see the lawyers at sidebar.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, there's your update. The court is closed. No ruling. Aidan Kearney, for the whole weekend, has hanging over his head a bail revocation motion that has still not been ruled on. This is very rare, ladies and gentlemen. Aidan Kearney is in a bad spot. This could be a bad situation overall. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I must drop one more thing in the chat, because remember, if you appreciated this towel stream, if you Jew Drops, God bless you for sending a towel chat. I missed it earlier. If you truly benefited from this stream, remember, it is not just Towel giving you information. It is Towel hoping that you will take these principles and you will go out into the world, and you will thus bring forth a new age of compassion, toleration, and universal love. And in order to do that, ladies and gentlemen, I feel there is no better way than to finish this stream with a few closing thoughts. One, I'm going to drop the information in the chat, any donations that you send, as I was mentioning. If this stream has educated you, if this stream has informed you, perhaps importantly, if this stream has educated you as a hook to help you become informed and engaged citizens in the wider public sphere, Towel asks only one thing of you: a noble woman, a good woman, a person who Towel truly feels reflects the best of this world, needs our support. And Lindsay Gattani, one of the named victims in Aidan Kearney's cases, deserves that support. It has been a flood of support throughout the day. Jew Drops has just contributed. We have raised $137.18 on the YouTube for Lindsay. There have been Venmo donations and PayPal donations. You have reaffirmed Little Towel's faith that goodness still exists in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we're fully caught up on the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. We have done so in the spirit of compassion and kindness to our fellow towels, towelettes, beach towels, washcloths, flannels, soap dispensers. hemp towels, paper towels, and otherwise. We have done so in a way that reflects our spirit of universal compassion, and my word, have we done so in a way that embraces our fellow towel friends. Angela, dear friend, Ange Whittick, our thoughts and prayers throughout the towel universe are with you and your family. If Towel does not see you all over the weekend, a few important, as always, final remarks. Number one, you all are wonderful human beings who make Towel feel empowered, supported, and able to do this for hours and hours on end by sitting down. Despite my physical frailty and my collapsing body, you help me forget my disabilities for however long, and you allow me to use my mental prowess to feel like I have a purpose in the world. That means a lot to me. Furthermore, you constantly affirm to me with your discussions with each other, with everything that's going on, that there is still hope yet for a better future for Towel and humankind alike. Someone asked what's going on with Aiden's cases. There is a trial for one of Aiden's charges in district court coming up in the next month or so. Aiden could well be convicted for that restraining order violation. We shall see. Then Aiden has cases in Superior Court, multiple open felony cases, 18 or 19, across a number of different witness intimidation, picketing, conspiracy, wiretapping charges. And Aiden Kearney should face trial for those within a year or so. There have been delays because a taint team in Kearney's case needed search terms that only the court could send to the taint team, and there was a delay. But folks, they're working on it. Dewdrops, God bless to you and your girls. Rest well. You earned it after a long week. You're here every minute, all the time, and Towel appreciates you. And then finally, to close, friends, remember, this is a world that can be incredibly harsh, or it can be an incredibly welcoming and beautiful place. You've proven it with your contributions and your comments on Towel Stream. You have proven it with the way in which you express your compassion for each other. And you have proven it by weaving an interconnected towel fabric of the universe that is defined by the very fleeting notion of universal love that perhaps, can salvage the descent of humanity into vacuous self-interest and greed. And for that reason, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I will forever be grateful for all of your participation in Towel Stream. Enjoy your weekends, your well-earned time off. I will see you bright and early Monday morning for Day 8 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. God bless from Little Towel to all of you towels and washcloths and flannels and towelettes and beach towels and hemp towels and soap dispensers and paper towels and hemp towels. Truly, enjoy the rest of your Friday. Try to get some sunshine and some oxygen. I will see you again on Monday. Bye, friends. Bye. Oh, you know what we must do. Linda A., Tanya Rodine, we're going to do it. We're going to do the read at the end of the stream of all your names. Tanya Rodine, Linda A., JJ, Monty, Dewdrops, Ange Whittick, Eva. Oh, it's wonderful to see you, Eva. Second Beach Girl, your contributions are wonderful. Wild Roses. Oh, there's so many towel friends. I'm scrolling towel friends. I'm going to do it. Monty, I saw you. Greetings, world. You're truly a wonderful towel friend. JJ, Alex, I always enjoy both of your contributions. Deaf Otter, you are a loyal and wonderful towel. Murder by Maestro, you brighten Towel's day. Linda A., I always enjoy your contributions and hearts. Pilgrim Shadow, God bless you, dear friend. I will read some of the scripture this weekend with you in mind. God bless you. Who else do we have? Macy, always appreciate your comments and contributions. God bless you out there. Kellyanne, oh, you felt left out not having a wrench? You now have a wrench, Kellyanne. Welcome to the honorary towel fold. Mona Lisa, Arizona, God bless you. You were up at 4:30 a.m. Arizona time watching Towel Notice. JI5, it's wonderful to see you. Anthony Barton, dear friend, God bless you. Enjoy your weekend. Alana, I truly enjoyed all of your insights and input. Who else do we have? Oh, wow, ladies and gentlemen, you all were having a flurry of discussion. I'm not going to miss any. Wild Roses, it was great to see you. Dixie Doodles, dear friend, I always love seeing your name pop up. Who else do we have? Bina, it was wonderful to see you as always. Oh, goodness, you towel friends had quite the discussion. Oh, Valerie, it was great to see you. Francis Frutel, I will always have a special place in my heart for you and your 200 tomato plants that were gifted and designated as honorary towels. Mike, it was great to see you. Welcome again to the stream. We're going to get Modelo Macy. I always enjoy your wonderful towel contributions. Greetings, world. As I mentioned, you are a wonderful towel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think Towel's done it. I've done it. I've talked as much as I can. I'm sending the last towel emojis. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your Friday. Be well. God bless all of you. My name's GrantSmithEllis, and I'm a towel. I'll see you Monday.